This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people. It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have a special romance and a special place in our collection. And today I have these 3 Carson City silver dollars that really should not exist. By some freak or some accident, they ended up in the vaults in the Treasury and had been sitting there for decades and decades and decades. It's hard to believe these Carson City Morgan dollars struck almost 140 years ago to meet the demands of commerce. The silver dollar was the coin of the realm in the western states, folks. They didn't like to use paper dollars. They liked to use silver dollars. It's really a miracle that these have survived. And these are among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the history of Morgan and Peace dollars. And the 1882 cc, 1883 cc, and 1884 cc all have mintages of just around 1 million coins. Uncirculated, still sealed from 1882, 1883, and 1884. In the original GSA holders as they left the Treasury in 1972, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. When PCGS and NGC opened their doors for grading in the late 1980s, a lot of those coins were cracked out of the holders so collectors could get the coins graded. A majority no longer exist in these original GSA holders. But then, sometime in the early 1990s, collectors of these coins in the original GSA holders began to say, you know what, I don't want to crack it out. It's much more valuable with this pedigree than it would be in a PCGS or NGC holder. To have this pedigree, folks, it's the only time the government has issued an original Morgan dollar in this special GSA holder. We have the 3 coin set today. These 3 rare CC dollars for $1,695 for the 3 coin set. It's available on the 2 payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $847.50. We will hold one of these sets for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. You will get 3 pristine Carson City dollars, like you see here. These holders, they're going to be pristine, these 50-year-old holders, folks, just as they came out of the GSA, the Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. 1882, 1883, and 1884 Morgan dollars. These three coins rank among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. All struck at the Carson City Mint, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. This historic coin is a valuable memento of an era in American history when pioneers were challenging the West. The silver in this dollar was mined from the rich Comstock lode, discovered in the mountains near Carson City, Nevada. The Carson City Mint was established there in 1870, and although it was in existence for a mere 24 years, it produced many coins which have endured as collector's items, among them the 13-piece Morgan dollar series of 1878 to 1893. Their link with a historic period in our nation's history gives these dollars an added appeal. This coin is an uncirculated specimen of the Morgan dollar, containing 90% silver, which somehow survived the massive coin melts of the early 1900s. They were discovered by a Treasury audit in 1964, after nearly a century of obscurity in the vaults. This issuance by General Services Administration of the last of the uncirculated Carson City dollars will serve for millions of Americans as cherished mementos of a colorful era. Folks, we hope you can take advantage of it. We got the most amazing group of these. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples in pristine holders, the coins in the most pristine condition. We got a great deal on this collection because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The only time Morgan dollars have been discovered in the vaults in the Treasury from the Carson City Mint. And we got them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. It doesn't get any better than this. Here you've got these exquisite Morgan dollars struck at that Carson City Mint in 1882, 1883, 1884. They were thought to have been melted down in 1918. But no, there were some that were in the original mint bags issued by the Carson City Mint that had been shipped to the Treasury vaults and had been sitting in those Treasury vaults until 1964 when they were discovered in an audit. And that's the only reason we have these coins today. I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. This is a great, great Morgan dollar set for you today, folks. It has the greatest possible pedigree. If there's ever a 3-coin Morgan set that you want to keep in your family, pass down to your kids and your grandkids, it would be this 3-coin GSA Carson City collection that I have for you today. Thank you for watching.
The Morgan silver dollar has long been considered America's favorite collectible coin. And today you can add 3 Morgan dollars struck at the legendary Carson City Mint of the Wild West to your numismatic collection. The 1882, 1883, and 1884 CC Morgan dollars that Rick is offering today come in brilliant uncirculated condition. On the Sheldon scale, a brilliant uncirculated coin would grade a minimum of Mint State 60. Mint State coins are coins that were produced for commerce. These coins are distributed from banks around the country and circulated for years. To find Morgan silver dollars like these that are in brilliant uncirculated condition is simply difficult to do. Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint are among the most highly sought after by numismatists due to their low mintages and limited availability. And listen to this. Each of the Morgan dollars you get today will come in their original General Services Administration's packaging. Carson City Morgans that have been preserved in their original GSA packages are the most desirable that a collector can obtain. And now today, you can add this set of 1882, 1883, and 1884 C.C. Morgan dollars to your numismatic collection for the low price of just $1,695. These coins are in limited supply, and this is a limited time offer. And don't forget, you can use our convenient two-payment plan. Simply put half down now of $847.50 and then pay the balance in 30 days. It's just that easy. And you can order with complete numismatic confidence, as Rare Collectibles TV offers you a complete, full 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. At a price like this, these coins won't last long. Call now.
And what I have today, folks, is a 3-coin set of Morgan dollars, 1882, 1883, and 1884 Morgan dollars, all struck at the Carson City Mint in special encapsulated holders issued by the Treasury in the 1970s. These 3 coins rank among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. Folks, we hope you can take advantage of it. We got the most amazing group of these. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples in pristine holders, the coins in the most pristine condition. And we got them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. This is a great way to start collecting Morgan dollars or any kind of United States coinage.
The preceding was a paid presentation furnished by Rare Collectibles TV, LLC.
There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show brings you rare, unique, high-quality coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I'm the senior coin buyer here at Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Ash Samuel Hart, and I love coins.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 50 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're a new collector or a seasoned pro, we've got the coins that you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matters most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I love Franklin and Kennedy half dollars.
Coin collecting is in my blood.
Rare, unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate and superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
I can't believe that I'm standing up here right now, ready to present what is one of the most legendary coins in all of numismatics. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is a single thing that I can accomplish with today's presentation, it is going to be to share with you all one of the most valuable coins that has ever been created in the entire world. And on top of that, give everybody tuning in an opportunity to purchase a modern rendition of that exact coin. Before I do that, however, it is very important that I share with you all a very important message. In the world of numismatics, which is the study of coinage, there are several examples created all across United States mint history that are now deemed to be legendary. These are coins that are not only exceptionally rare, but also coins that share stories that talk about the United States of America in the best way possible. And unfortunately, the vast majority of collectors will not be able to obtain any of these coins. It is because of the fact that the vast majority of them, there are only a handful, in some cases, only one example that are known to exist. The coin I'm about to share with you all comes from that exact same category. I have prepared this chart that talks about some of the most legendary coins ever made in this country. This is only a small snapshot. However, it'll help you all understand exactly what makes these coins so legendary and talks about how few of them have survived in the modern day. At the very top, we have the 1913 Liberty Head nickel. This coin right here is highly cherished as only 5 were produced. However, those 5 are not in any official US Mint records. Of the 5 that were created, all 5 have survived, and the last time the finest example of this coin ever sold, it went for $4.5 million. Right underneath that, there is the 1794 flowing hair silver dollar, the first year of the silver dollar in this country. This coin boasts a mintage of under 2,000 examples, with approximately 150 of those surviving in the modern day. The finest example of that coin, which is a specimen 66, sold for over $10 million. And then right underneath that, you have the most valuable coin that has sold in a public sale, the 1933 St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. This piece, with the mintage of 445,000 examples, might seem like a relatively more acquirable coin. However, due to the presidency's Executive Order 6102 that disallowed any people to own gold in the year 1933 and for everyone to turn in their gold to the banks, there is only one example of the 1933 St. Gaudens Double Eagle that is legally obtainable. There are a handful of others that are in museums. However, for the collecting public, there's only one coin that anyone can ever obtain. And that coin sold recently for just under $19 million. Right underneath that, you have what are arguably the 2 most valuable coins in the whole entire world. And the real mystery behind these coins also comes from the fact that neither of them have sold anytime recently. In the case of the 1849 $20 double eagle, that is the first double eagle ever struck before they started striking them en masse in the year 1850. That coin has a mintage of 1 to 2 examples, of which 1 has survived. That piece, currently housed in the Smithsonian, has never sold publicly. The value of that coin could be 20 million, 30 million, who knows? However, it is one of the most valuable coins in existence. The real highlight with today's presentation comes at the very bottom of this list. The 1907 $20 Indian Head Double Eagle. 2 of these were made. Only 1 exists. And this coin has never sold publicly. I am about to talk to you all about that exact piece. During Theodore Roosevelt's presidency, one of his main goals in office was to revitalize the coinage of the United States of America. In a very famous letter that he wrote to Secretary Shaw, Roosevelt explained the disappointment that he had of our nation's currency. This letter was written on December 27th of 1904, and here's what he said. My dear Secretary Shaw, I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty? Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. This letter, now better known as the Genesis letter, was the beginning of one of the most important times in the history of United States coinage. We now call this era the Renaissance era. Roosevelt was very fond of St. Gaudens' work. He eventually hired Augustus St. Gaudens to help him with this endeavor, and his first project was to recreate the $20 and $10 gold pieces that were to be used in our country in the future. Hiring Augustus St. Gaudens to help him design coins for our country would eventually make history, as prior to St. Gaudens working for the mint, no other non-government official had ever designed coins in the United States of America. January of 1905 marked the beginning of a world-class collaboration between our nation's chief executive and its best artist. For nearly 2 years after that, St. Gaudens struggled with designs that would not only capture his artistic vision, but also Roosevelt's aesthetic commands as well as the mint's production requirements. The path to production was briefly sidetracked when the sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens requested a double eagle experimental piece using his Liberty with the Native American headdress obverse and the flying eagle reverse. President Roosevelt ordered the Philadelphia Mint to comply, and in doing so, it produced one of the most magnificent coins ever made. The Indian head double eagle is to President Roosevelt with the winged Liberty double eagle was to Augustus St. Gaudens, his true vision for the double eagle. This coin is, without a doubt, one of the most valuable coins in the world right now. It might just be the most valuable one that's out there. It still exists, and it is not housed in any museums. It is in a private collection that has not exchanged hands in over 40 years. There are even rumors that the owner of this piece has turned down $15 million for this exact coin. This book right here is called the 100 Greatest U.S. Coins, 4th edition, and it houses some of the most impressive stories in all of numismatics, and also talks about some of the most valuable coins in existence. The coin that was picked for the cover of this version is the exact piece that we are talking about tonight. The Indian head double eagle, designed by Augustus St. Gaudens and struck under the authority of President Theodore Roosevelt. Very early on in this book, we start to hear the story about the Indian head double eagle. This coin is unique, and if we go back to the cover, you can see here, displayed front and center, it says the 1907 Indian head double eagle pattern, which is unique, is valued at more than $20 million. The reason that is the case is because this design took huge leaps and strides above anything else created before it. The word Liberty is prominently displayed beneath the obverse portrait, and the date is incused over the sun on the reverse. They carefully adjusted the angle of the headdress feathers to add depth and brilliance to the design, as well as making the head of Lady Liberty large enough to fit on the canvas without overlapping the stars that were above it. This is one of the most efficient designs ever created, to the point where there's no space to add any additional design elements. Every single square millimeter has been meticulously used to craft the perfect coin. What I have available today is absolutely groundbreaking. To say that this is one of the most important coins I have ever presented on television would be a huge understatement. If it wasn't for this presentation, everyone watching right now would not have the opportunity to ever own the original Indian head double eagle design. Because that is exactly what I am about to do with you all. I am about to offer all of you a version crafted in the modern era of the original Indian head design. I cannot even believe that I'm saying this, but I have available this perfect modern rendition of one of the only coins in the world that are unobtainable. The Indian head St. Gaudens gold double eagle. This is the pinnacle achievement of our sitting president at the time and the best artist that our country has ever seen at the time. These modern renditions, struck at the Commonwealth Mint, are the perfect versions of this legendary coin. And the man behind the mission to recreate this design was none other than Mr. John Mercanti himself. John Mercanti, who is the single greatest numismatic legend of our generation, worked with the estate of Augustus St. Gaudens to obtain the original plasters and sketches of this coin and brought it back to life today. On top of that, all the coins we have available are struck with a super incuse finish. Coins traditionally are struck with the fields of the coin struck in so that the design elements pop out of the planchet. An incuse finish is one where all the design elements are struck into the planchet, with the fields being the high points of the coin. If you were to consider an ultra high relief to be the tallest mountain on earth, a super incuse is the Marianas Trench, as low as you can possibly go with the sunken relief of any coin. On top of all of that, these versions of the coin are exceptionally scarce. We have it available today in a 5-ounce silver version, with the 5-ounce silver version being struck to give collectors an opportunity to acquire this design on the largest canvas possible, to really be able to enjoy this design in its natural form. The 5-ounce silver version that we have available has a minuscule mintage. The total mintage is a staggeringly low 1,776 examples. That is the total amount of these that are going to be struck. I am so excited to share with you all right now that we have it available in perfect SP70 condition for only $995 for a coin that captures the magic behind one of the most legendary pieces ever created in the world on a 5-ounce silver planchet with a mintage of under 2,000 coins. This is an absolutely groundbreaking opportunity. And for those of you who are interested in purchasing 2 coins, you have the opportunity to purchase 2 of them for only $1,890, which comes out to $945 per coin. And for everyone watching, if you participate in purchasing 2 or more examples, we are able to give this coin to you on a 2-pay option. Just pay for half of the order now, and the balance of the order will be processed in 30 days, after which we will ship your coin out to you. In the meantime, we will hold one of these specimens in our vault, and once the order is paid for, we'll ship it straight out to you. For everyone tuning in that acquires 1 or more of these 5-ounce Indian head Super Incuse Double Eagle commemoratives, I will include a copy of the book I referenced earlier titled The 100 Greatest U.S. Coins. This richly illustrated book, valued at $30, offers a first-hand display of the all-time greatest coins and houses some of the most unique and important stories in numismatics. And I will include the most recent 5th edition of that book as a free gift, to give all of our viewers an opportunity to reference this coin and share its story, and really helps encapsulate how unique of a hobby this is across the world. And this exact coin that we're talking about is talked about in this book as well. So for those of you who take advantage of this opportunity, you will have a first-hand experience at reading about this legendary piece. This coin is certified in perfect SP70 condition. A 70 grade means that this coin is absolutely flawless, even under high magnification. Coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. The Sheldon scale is a 70-point grading scale that determines the overall quality of any coin that is submitted. Now, the lowest possible grade that you can get on the Sheldon scale is a 1. And unfortunately, a coin that is certified in 1 condition is so heavily worn or circulated that the dates and details of the coin are barely even legible. On the other end of the spectrum, you have a coin that is a mint state 60 grade, which means that it has never circulated. And as you venture your way up the mint state category of the Sheldon scale, you get to a 70 grade, the pinnacle grade that any coin can obtain. A 70 is an absolutely perfect example. An example that has no flaws on its surfaces, even under high magnification. And to be able to obtain this groundbreaking 2024 modern rendition of one of the most legendary coins ever in perfect condition is something that unfortunately is not going to be available for very long. These coins also have a first day of issue designation on them as well. These examples are absolutely breathtaking. One of the most unique and important coins ever struck in our country. On top of all of that, all our examples are also hand-signed by John Mercanti, the designer responsible for bringing this coin back to life. I want to share with you all exactly what the vintage counterparts of these legendary coins sell for. I mentioned it when we were talking about the chart. Here are the exact auction records of these coins selling. This right here is the 1913 Liberty nickel, one of the most valuable coins in all of numismatics. There are only 5 of these that were struck, and this example, being the finest one in Proof 66, sold in a recent auction for $4.5 million. After that, here is the finest known 1794 flowing hair silver dollar. This example is also in 66 condition and is sold in the year 2013 for over $10 million. This exact piece that sold for $10 million sold again recently for over $13 million. And lastly, the coin that currently reigns supreme for the highest price ever paid for a coin in a public sale. This is the 1933 St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. This coin is absolutely unique. There's only one that can be legally owned, and this coin was later certified in mint state 65 condition. This sold in 2021 for just under $19 million. Coins like this sell for these kinds of prices because of how difficult they are to get. And that is exactly what we're talking about here. One of, if not the most valuable coin in existence, that is unobtainable for anybody out there in the world right now. To be able to own that in a modern version, in perfect SP70 condition, and struck on that massive 5-ounce silver planchet is truly mesmerizing. And for those of you who are interested in coins like this, I could tell you right now, this 5-ounce version of the Indian Head Double Eagle with that super infused finish is one of the most beautiful and breathtaking ways that you can enjoy this design. Theodore Roosevelt was very, very encouraged to redesign all of US coins because he wanted our coins to represent the beauty that you could see in our country as well. And when he asked for this version of the coin to be struck, it was one that he personally oversaw and personally handled himself as well. And if it was not for these 2024 versions, no collector out there would be able to obtain such a monumental coin design. This is one of the most famous coins ever, if not the most famous in the world. Everyone tuning in right now has an opportunity to acquire a massive piece of US history. A coin that has, until now, only been a dream for the entire world. Do not miss out on this small window of opportunity to acquire one of the most treasured coins in existence.
What I have here is a Mint State Franklin that I rank in the top 3 rarest dates in beautiful gem full bell lines condition in the series. Of course, the 53S is the Godzilla, the King Kong of the Franklins and FBL. The 53S and 6.5 FBL right now is a $40,000 to $50,000 coin. The 52S is not far behind. Now, I thought I had 2 52Ss in brilliant 6.6 FBL. On the price guide, they're at $12,000, but I discovered when I was done packing that actually I only have one 52S and 6.6 FBL in brilliant, and the other one was a coin that has long been missing. I couldn't find it, but it's the lone 52S in MS 66 plus full bell line brilliant condition. These are incredibly rare. Most 52Ss, when you find them in full bell lines, have mint set toning, which is usually unattractive. To find a fully brilliant specimen, fully struck, is really difficult. In just 6.5 FBL, it's among the rarest dates to acquire in gem NGC full bell line condition that I would give a signature series approval to. So here I have this spectacular specimen in MS66 FBL. You take a look at the obverse and reverse, it's absolutely fully struck. It's hard to find the smallest imperfection on the surface of the coin, but then the surprise coin. I'll probably never see another. A 52S in brilliant condition in MS66 plus. This coin is $19,000. It's available on 3 payments of $6,333.33. Or the other coin, the 52S and 6.6 FBL, again, the price guide for this in signature series is $12,000. I have it available for $10,900 or 3 payments of $3,633.33. Now, with either of these coins, you will get a signed limited edition, the 4th edition of my Franklin and Kennedy guidebook. And here's what I say briefly about the 1952S. Very scarce in MS66 and very rare in 6.6 FBL. Most examples are mint set toned with average color. A 1952S in 6.6 with full bell lines in fully brilliant condition or with exceptional color tonings is extremely rare. Few such examples exist. And so I do have the one example in MS66 FBL, but then I also, again, I didn't expect this coin. It was missing from my inventory for a long time. Rediscovered it, the one and only 6.6 plus FBL in fully brilliant condition, signature series. Either one, you're getting among the rarest dates in this series, highly recommended in the beautiful, brilliant condition I have these 2 coins in.
Thank you for joining us on Rare Collectibles TV. Silver has a long history as a form of money and a store of value dating back thousands of years. Alongside gold, its lustrous appearance and scarcity made it an ideal medium of exchange. Since ancient times, silver has been widely used in coinage and served as money in so many civilizations. As a matter of fact, silver was the first metal used as a measure of currency in ancient Greece, where it was used to pay soldiers and purchase goods. Silver coins were minted and used for trade, facilitating economic transactions and enabling commerce to flourish. And due to its intrinsic value and durability, silver has proven its reputation for thousands of years, becoming a trusted store of wealth. And even today, silver continues to be valued as a store of wealth and a hedge against economic uncertainty, maintaining its status as a timeless asset with enduring appeal. With governments around the world accumulating debt at a record pace, humanity is once again turning to precious metals like silver. Countries around the world are indicating that they are less likely now than ever to use US dollars as their reserve currency, and they're turning to gold and silver, causing them to surge. This new surge has pushed precious metals to new heights. Gold hit an all-time high recently. Silver has reached decade-long highs, proving again that gold and silver are still the most reliable and trusted precious metals on Earth. With so many countries resorting back to precious metals, people are starting to talk about revisiting the gold standard once again. And financial experts are saying that if the gold standard were reintroduced, we could expect to see gold skyrocket in price. And here's a couple of articles here. This one says, the signs are there. The gold standard is coming back. Here's another one. Return to gold standard. Why the price would hit $10,000. When gold goes up, historically, silver goes up as well. We've seen this happen time and time again. Now, I'm not saying that a rise in gold and silver is guaranteed, but who knows what will happen? I mean, who knows? What I am saying is that with all the uncertainty in the world right now, we just don't know what's going to happen. But it's all worth considering. And the factor that I find even more interesting is the historic gold to silver ratio, which refers to the amount of silver required to purchase an ounce of gold. Now, the Roman Republic set the ratio at 12 to 1, so 12 ounces of silver could buy 1 ounce of gold. The US government set the ratio at 15 to 1 with the Coinage Act of 1792, which established the US Mint. The gold to silver ratio reflects the relative value of gold to silver. And currently, the ratio is higher. It's almost 80 to 1 right now, which indicates that silver is relatively more affordable than it has historically been compared to gold. So in other words, right now it takes about 77 ounces of silver to buy 1 ounce of gold. And the increasing industrial and investment demand for silver has led to concerns about its availability in the future. Silver reserves are finite, and mining and extraction costs from the ground are rising. So the gold to silver ratio could certainly change a lot. Now, let me show you what the ratios have been over the years and what that would mean if we went back to some of those ratios today. Now, here's some important ratios. So in ancient Rome, it was 12 to 1. 12 ounces of silver would buy you 1 ounce of gold. When the mint was established, it was 15 to 1. It did change, ratcheted over the years a little bit up to 16 to 1. And at the all-time record high for silver, when silver reached almost $50 at that time, it was about a 17 to 1 ratio. About 17 ounces of silver would buy you 1 ounce of gold. Now, this kind of makes sense because if you look at what is in the Earth's crust, it's about a 17.5 to 1 ratio of what exists naturally. Now, when silver reached its 20-year high in 2011, our last record price there, it was about a 31 to 1 ratio. And today, like I said, it's about a 77 to 1. Well, what's that mean? If gold were $2,400 an ounce, which it did hit recently, and it's been kind of in that range, $2,300, $2,400. But if gold was $2,400, and we use those ratios that I showed you, those historic ratios, where would that put the price of silver? Well, today, it's about $31 an ounce. That 77 to 1 ratio I said we're at today. But if we look at some of these ratios that it had been at historic times, if we hit a 31 to 1 ratio and gold stayed the same, we'd have $77 silver. If we compare it to the Earth's crust, 137, these other ratios, 16, 17 to 1, you see we'd be $140, $150, $160 an ounce. That's if silver stayed the same and we hit the ratios that it had been at some of those historic periods in time. If we went back to the ratio in ancient Rome, it'd be $200 an ounce. So that really gets me thinking. And the offer I have for you today isn't just silver. It's real historic numismatic silver in the form of silver half dollars that are the standard for numismatic collectability. The Benjamin Franklin silver half dollar. Not only is this struck from 90% silver, the highest silver purity of any circulating coin in U.S. history, but it's one of the most universal forms of numismatic silver. Coin collectors absolutely love the Franklin half dollar. And today I have these coins for you in bulk. I have a quantity of these coins right now. And this is the best way for collectors to take part in the great hobby of numismatics while acquiring real precious metal at the same time. Real world value here. What we have here is an unbelievable collector's dream come true, because this affords you the opportunity to buy classic American silver from over 60 years ago, the iconic Franklin half dollar, struck from 90% silver, and it's in bulk, a coin that all collectors out there are looking for. Again, the Franklin half dollar is universal among collectors. Whether you collect Morgan dollars, Lincoln cents, Buffalo nickels, classic gold, whatever it may be, whatever you collect, these coins right here, right now, are a major pivotal acquisition for any collector. And these are bags of mixed date Franklin half dollars. You don't know what you're going to find in here. Every single coin is in at least very good condition. Most of them are better than that. This is a coin that was struck across 3 different decades, from 1948 to 1963. It was struck at 3 different mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver. These coins are a minimum of 60 years old. Franklin half dollar is the half dollar to collect, not just for its silver content, but for its historical impact on our great nation. This is a coin that honors Benjamin Franklin, possibly the most significant founding father our country has ever seen, one of the great Americans to ever live. We're talking about the man that helped draft the Declaration of Independence in 1776, giving us the freedom we have today. He's a member of the Constitution Convention, signing the Constitution that established the laws that make our country the great nation it is today. His diplomatic nature and keen intellect allowed Franklin to secure aid from France during the Revolutionary War, one of the most important feats accomplished during the Revolution. Franklin even negotiated the Treaty of Paris in 1783 that ultimately ended the American Revolution. Benjamin Franklin would have been president if it wasn't for his old age. To say that Franklin was one of the most influential Americans of all time would be an understatement. And that's not even his numismatic legacy. Franklin was the bedrock of our numismatic foundation in this country as well. You look back to 1776, the same year that we declared independence from British rule. And we have one of the most important, popularly collected coins ever designed, the 1776 Continental Dollar. You know who designed that monumental piece of history? Benjamin Franklin. About 10 years later, 1787, the same design was adapted on the very first official circulating American coin, authorized by our nation, the Fugio cent. And we can't forget the Libertas Americana medal, one of the most significant pieces in our country's history. It was commissioned by Franklin. It was given to his fellow members of the Continental Congress. Franklin was instrumental in creating paper currency as well. He printed some of the earliest U.S. paper money in his print shop. He innovated anti-counterfeiting measures such as nature printing, where the patterns of leaves were used during the printing process to make banknotes very difficult to counterfeit. And in every aspect of his life, Franklin emitted American excellence. Most of us learn about his scientific and political accomplishments in grade school, but not everyone is aware of his many numismatic accomplishments as well. I mean, Franklin was truly America's first Renaissance man. And with so much history behind the Franklin half dollar, it's no wonder why this coin that honors our founding father is so popular with collectors. And it's not so simple to find quality silver Franklin half dollars anymore. You see, during that run on silver in the 60s and 70s and 80s, so many of these coins were melted down. And now today, you can acquire these coins in bulk. The most popular half dollar ever struck from 90% silver in quantity. Now, here's what we're doing today. I happen to be holding a roll in my hand. Now that's a traditional banker's roll, 20 coins. Bankers put them together, 20 coin rolls back in the day. And that's what you're getting here with this offer. A full banker's roll, which is 20 coins. 20 varied date Franklin half dollars. Let me show you a few of these coins here. Let's see. Just take a quick scan of just some random ones here. Looks like there's a 1952 in there. Let's see, there's a 58. 1950, that's one of the early years. They first started producing these in 48. There's a 53. Let's see, let's see, some of these have mint marks on them here. There's a mint mark at the top. That happens to be a 53D. 63. Oh, let's see, that one's got a mint mark too. Let's see, what's that? Is that that looks like a D. So just to get an idea of the quality, the mix, there's a lot of different dates in here, some different mint marks represented. They were struck at 3 different mints. It's just a great deal here. Roll of 20 coins. And let me show you what other dealers are asking for some of these coins. We've got quite a mix here of coins here. Let's see, here's a 1951S. That dealer's asking $76. Here's a 1952, $100 for that example. Let's see, we've got, here's a 57D. And you can see the quality here, same quality you're getting here, just kind of average circulated coins. 1957D, $125 there. Here's a 62D. That one's $133. Here's one that's just under $60, $59.95. And here's a 1961 here, $50 for that coin. Great price on that, $50. So even at the lowest price I just showed you, $50 a coin, that would be $1,000 for a roll. And that is a very reasonable price. But at Rare Collectibles TV, I don't price based on what the market will bear. I price based off of our cost. And I got a phenomenal deal on these Franklin half dollars. I could have gone out at $795, $695. That'd be extremely fair. But today, this is only going to cost you $495. That's it. For an entire banker's roll, 20 coins, just $495. That's just $24.75 a coin. That's it. And we even have a convenient 2-payment plan. So just put half down now, $247.50. We'll store one of these rolls in our vault and then just pay that balance in 30 days. And we will ship your roll of 90% silver, Franklin half dollars to you. And it only gets better from here because I have an offer on a triple roll collection of these classic Franklin half dollars. Total of 60 coins. You're looking at just $1,395 for 60 coins. That's under $23.25 per coin. And we even have a 2-payment option for the 60 coin deal. Put half down now, $697.50, and we will store your historic Franklin half dollars in our vault. Just pay that balance in 30 days. We will ship these treasures to you. And then, of course, there's our best offer. This is our bag of 100. So that's 100, total of 100, 90% silver Franklin half dollars, struck over 60 years ago, every one of them. The most popular silver half dollar ever struck, the most historic half dollar in our nation, just $2,195. That's just 2 payments of $1,097.50. And that comes to just $21.95 a coin. And Rare Collectibles TV even offers a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you aren't completely satisfied with your order, for any reason, you can ship it back for a refund, replacement. I mean, it's that easy. So folks, classic numismatic silver, like these Franklin half dollars right here, are setting the world on fire today. You may ask yourself, why are these Franklin half dollars the ultimate silver half dollar to collect? When you talk about vintage coins, over 60 years ago, struck from 90% silver with all of that American history behind it. That carries on our American heritage, that tells stories of one of the most important founding fathers in our country's history. It's no wonder why these coins are so popular. And today you can acquire them in bulk. You rarely see Franklin half dollars like this in a bulk silver deal. Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you go for 20, whether you go for 60, or whether you go for 100, you are making the right choice. This is a collectible silver coin that you can put away for the long run. And right now, demand for silver has been increasing. It's higher than I've seen in years. And the Franklin half dollar right now is everybody's choice because it's the most popular and most historic half dollar our country's seen. And it's struck from 90% silver. This coin inspires such numismatic collectability, such immense American history. And like I said, the demand for silver now is higher than ever. Look, let me show you here. It's been in the news lately, just the demand for precious metal. Look, gold, silver, and platinum, red hot rally, still has further to go, strategists say. Gold prices could keep climbing, but analysts expect silver to steal the show before long. Hot commodity silver outpaces gold as buying gains momentum. And here's one that says, silver price makes a move above $30. Analysts say it's just getting started. I mean, this to me, I find this fascinating. I mean, throughout human history, silver has remained one of the most valuable, reliable precious metals known to man. Silver has proven its reputation as the most trusted form of currency and store of wealth over thousands of years through so many civilizations. The ancient Greeks, where Western civilization started, the ancient Romans, the ancient Egyptians, they all trusted silver as a valuable form of currency. And that has remained the case today. And this coin right here, the Franklin half dollar, is easily the most iconic, highly desirable, most collected half dollar ever issued. And you can look at recent events, you can see just how limited and how valuable silver is. You don't need to go too far back. Go to 2009, there wasn't enough silver for the mint to strike proof American silver eagles. That was just in 2009. Then in 2021, the U.S. Mint revived the Morgan silver dollar for the first time in 100 years. They made Morgan and Peace dollars. It was a huge success. The Mint planned to strike these coins again in 2022, but guess what? Silver was in such high demand, it was too difficult to acquire. The U.S. Mint had to cancel production of 2022 Morgan and Peace silver dollars because they couldn't get the silver. Silver is an incredibly limited resource, and day by day it is becoming harder to get, and especially with all that's going on in the world right now. People know silver has always held its value. They know it's universal. They know it's real money, and so people are turning to it more and more. And silver demand is increasing rapidly today because it's not only collectors buying, but there's huge industrial demand for silver. Silver is used in TVs, smartphones, hybrid vehicles. It's essential for solar cells. It's needed in medical devices. It's used for water treatment, food preservation, refrigeration, and of course, the old traditional silverware. You know, they use silver in so many things today, and that demand is just, you know, not only is it not wavering, it just continues to increase. Look, silver demand in 3 key sectors expected to nearly double in the next decade. They're talking about in industrial applications, jewelry production, and silverware. It's expected to nearly double in the next 10 years. Here's another one. Silver industrial demand rose 11% to post a new record in 2023. So a new record was set in 2023 for 654.4 million ounces of silver. That's a lot of demand. That is a lot of silver. It's an unbelievable amount of silver needed for industrial purposes. Silver is disappearing from the market at an increasingly rapid pace. And that's not even mentioning jewelry and, of course, my personal favorite, coins. Every one of these coins that I have here was struck 60 to 75 years ago. They're all at least 60 years old. Every single coin struck from 90% silver. With governments around the world accumulating debt at a record rate, humanity is once again turning to precious metals for their established value. Countries around the world are less likely to use US dollars as a reserve currency. It's pushing the price of silver up. Some experts think the gold standard, if it were reintroduced, gold would jump to $10,000. I'm sure silver would follow that upward trend. There's a lot of uncertainty with everything going on in the world today. No one's sure what's going to happen. No one knows. But it's all worth taking everything into account. We have the greatest price anywhere here today, and I know it because I spent countless hours making sure this deal came in. And not just at a under the radar price, but at an irresistible price. I mean, this is a must-have at just $495 for that banker's roll of 20. A roll of 20 coins, just $24.75 a coin. 2 payments of $247.50. For that 60 coin option, it only comes out to $23.25 a coin. And then there's the 100-piece deal. 2 payments of $1,097.50. That works out to just $21.95 a coin. Now is the time to take advantage of an opportunity like this. This is our history. This is our American heritage. One of the most important pieces ever released by the U.S. Mint. This is a phenomenal offer that you can't afford to pass up. 90% silver vintage coins. These are national treasures to pass down in your family. Family heirlooms. So please acquire these historic coins today. If you can acquire more than one roll, I'd do it. There's no telling when we will be able to offer coins like this again. So do it for your children, do it for your grandchildren. These are unique pieces of American history that rarely come along. So don't miss this opportunity while you still have it.
Throughout human history, gold has remained the most valuable and reliable precious metal known to man. As such, gold has proven its reputation as the most trusted form of currency to store wealth over thousands of years and through many different civilizations. With governments around the world currently accumulating debt at a record rate, humanity is once again turning to gold for its established value. This new surge has now pushed gold to an all-time high of over $2,300 an ounce, up about $400 higher than 1 year ago, proving yet again that gold is still the most reliable precious metal on Earth.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Right now, I have the most significant numismatic Kennedy release in our lifetimes, and it's completely exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV. You cannot get this coin anywhere else. This is the first ever 1 ounce pure gold Kennedy, struck to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the most popular half-dollar series of all time, the Kennedy half dollar. This is the 2024 1 ounce gold Kennedy in flawless, proof 70 ultra cameo condition. And right now is your opportunity to take advantage of our exclusive pre-sale offer on this historic rarity. Back in 2014, for the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar, the U.S. Mint struck a gold Kennedy half dollar, but it was only 3/4 of an ounce, and that coin was still one of the greatest numismatic sensations that we've ever seen. And when I call that coin a sensation, that's not an overstatement. I chose that word very carefully because a sensation is exactly what it was. Now let me show you something. When those coins were released, the very first example of that 2014 gold Kennedy, the first one sold for $100,000. That's how significant and historic of a release that 2014 W gold Kennedy half dollar was. There were people lining up across entire city blocks just for a chance to acquire one of those coins. There were stories of people getting trampled in the lines for these. It was all over the news. And on the first day of the release, the U.S. Mint and the American Numismatic Association decided to halt the sale of those coins to ensure the safety of collectors. You heard that right. The lines were so out of control when this coin was released that it was deemed dangerous. So in the end, the coins were a sellout with over 73,000 coins sold. It was a complete sellout. But it seems like that experience with those coins in 2014 might have made the US Mint swear off producing a gold Kennedy ever again, because I was fully expecting to hear about a new release for the 60th anniversary of the series. I've been waiting to hear news of the next gold Kennedy for years, and yet there's been nothing. So my partner Rick Tamaska and I, we took fate into our own hands, and for the 60th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar, we wanted something really, really special. And we approached several mints, but there's only a few in the entire world that are skilled and experienced enough to produce something as unique and special as what we had in mind. The first ever 1 ounce pure gold Kennedy. First ever, and it's available exclusively through Rare Collectibles TV. These 2024 examples are struck from pure gold and contain a full ounce instead of just 3/4 of an ounce like those earlier coins. And on top of that, these coins have an incredibly low mintage. Now let me show you here. You have mintages, the bicentennial clad copper nickel one, 7 million. You see some other ones, 4 million, 3 million. Even down here, over 2.5 million. I'm gonna go very quickly here. This page, 2.6 million. Finally, the bottom, we're getting some mintages below a million. Another page here, between 600,000 and 875,000. And then we get to this last page. This is really what I wanted to get to though. These are the lowest mintage proof Kennedys in the series. And you see here at the bottom, that gold 2014 W proof, by far the lowest mintage in the series, just 73,772. Very, very low mintage. The lowest proof Kennedy mintage of all time. Those coins are incredibly rare. As much as the years go by, it is becoming much harder to acquire those coins. But then you look at this 1 ounce gold 2024 Kennedy that I have here for you today. A mintage of just 699 coins. Not even 700 coins, just 699 coins. That is more than 100 times rarer than the 2014 W Gold Kennedy. I can only imagine how fast these new 1 ounce gold coins will sell out. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get these Rare Collectibles TV exclusive 2024 1 ounce pure gold Kennedys. Right now, you have early access to this exclusive pre-sale. This stunning rarity, this 60th anniversary pure gold 1 ounce Kennedy in perfect Proof 70 ultra cameo condition is available right now for just $5,495. We even have a convenient 3-payment plan. Just put 1/3 down now of $1,831.67. We'll store one of these numismatic rarities, one of these treasures. We will store it in our vault for you. Just make that second payment in 30 days and your third payment in 60 days, and we'll ship this 1 ounce gold rarity out to you. And each of these coins is graded in perfect Proof 70 ultra cameo condition, the highest numismatic grade possible on the 70-point Sheldon scale that is used to grade coins. These coins are absolutely flawless, even under magnification. And if you call in now, you'll even receive Rick Tamaska's ultimate resource for the Kennedy half dollar series, the 4th edition of a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. This is the most important book any Kennedy collector could obtain, and it's yours free today with your order. Something you'll notice about these first ever 1 ounce gold Kennedy coins is that they're legal tender in the Ascension Islands. Now, this is really important because it was from the Ascension Islands that the Apollo moon landing was tracked by NASA in 1969. That's the first place where they heard Neil Armstrong say 1 Small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And President Kennedy was one of the greatest supporters of NASA our country's ever had. It was his dream to land a man on the moon and bring him back to Earth safely. So that tie-in of NASA and the Ascension Islands and the moon landing with Kennedy is just so historic and so important in American history. These 2024 1-ounce pure gold Kennedys are what I would call absolute rarities. What that means is these coins have such a low mintage that they're rare in any condition. But these are perfect condition, actually. These 2024 Kennedy half dollars are true absolute rarities, with only 699 being produced. Again, the 2014 W Kennedy with a mintage of over 73,000 coins, the lowest proof Kennedy ever struck. Phenomenal absolute rarity. But think about this coin, just 699 made. What do you think will happen to these coins with such a low mintage? Do you want to miss out on this opportunity? This is your chance to acquire these 2024 gold Kennedys while they're still available. And these coins were developed by myself and Rick Tamaska, the #1 leading expert on the Kennedy half dollar series in the entire world. For Rick to put his seal of approval on these coins and to initiate the production of them is a true testament to their numismatic value, quality, and rarity. And each of these examples are in Rick's signature series holder. The signature series holder is Rick Tamaska's legacy, which he partnered with the leading coin grading service in the world, NGC, to produce. Rick thoroughly analyzes every single coin that he designates for these holders to ensure they meet his standards. And Rick has hand-signed every one of the labels. Everyone, this is your chance to take advantage of a once-in-a-lifetime numismatic opportunity. This is the first ever 1-ounce pure gold Kennedy, and it was struck to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the most popular half dollar series ever created, the Kennedy half dollar. So take advantage of this opportunity while you can, just because these coins will sell out fast. Just 3 payments of $1,831.67 for the first ever gold Kennedy struck in 1 ounce of pure gold. Just 699 of these coins exist. That's 100 times rarer than that 2014 W. And the 2014 W sold out with a mintage of 73,000 coins. This pre-sale is the only way to guarantee that you get this numismatic rarity. These coins won't last long. This coin will sell out, so take advantage of this numismatic opportunity today. Every collector is interested in a different facet of collecting. What is so special about our private advisory coin team is that they get to know you. They learn about your interests and implement a plan to build your dream collection. When hot new items come in that suit your collection, our advisors will reach out to you and give you first access to those coins. We've always felt that every collector deserves a service like this, regardless of budget. So we decided to make Pact a completely complimentary service.
To build the coin collection of your dreams and access your personal numismatic concierge service, call our private advisory coin team at 1-800-778-0624. That's 1-800-778-0624.
This is a spectacular gem, Mint State 66 example of a 1911S St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. This design is known as the most beautiful coin ever made. And this particular example, the 1911S, not the lowest mintage, made about 775,000. Actually, not the rarest coin in lower mint state grades, but this is a condition rarity. In mint state 66, NGC has graded very few of these. As a matter of fact, none have graded numerically finer. They've graded 2 6.6 pluses, but no 6.7s. PCGS has graded 1 in MS67, and that coin sold for over $80,000 almost 20 years ago. This example today is available for just $22,995, and it is a killer coin. So check out our website, rarecollectiblestv.com, if you want to add this to your collection, or give me a call and I'm happy to discuss this numismatic rarity with you. This is just a one-of-a-kind coin.
You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. This is a great coin that I have for you today. It's a great coin in its historical significance to this country, to US numismatics. It's a great coin that is arguably the most beautiful design of its denomination. It's one of the true classics in American coinage. In the beauty, the quality, and rarity that it offers you at such a great, great collector-friendly price. It's really the opportunity of a lifetime, folks. I acquired one of the most important collections of some of the finest known examples of this coin at a price that truly presents you with an opportunity of a lifetime. This coin is a true American classic, where both the obverse and reverse of this design have been copied again and again on other coins and metals. And it's an American classic that almost didn't come to be, with a most fascinating story. The coin I have, we commonly refer to as the Buffalo nickel. It was first struck in 1913 and last struck in 1938. And the examples I have for you today, just acquired from what may be the greatest known collection of finest surviving specimens. This is historic. Please take a look at these. We have some of them on our display. We've filled the display case, folks, with as many as we could fit. These great Buffalo nickels in mint state 66 and mint state 67. Again, among the finest surviving examples for the entire series. Now, if you're new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale, from a low of 0, which would be a very heavily worn coin in the lowest possible condition, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. There are no coins from this era, folks, that grade 70. And in fact, there are no Buffalo nickels that have ever graded even 69. These coins I have for you in mint state 66 and mint state 67 are extraordinary in their eye appeal and their rarity. I can't believe we're able to offer them at the price I have them for you today. It's really, for me, a dream come true. Most importantly, when we heard about this collection that had been put away, we were very, very aggressive and made certain we were first in line to acquire this historic collection so that we could get them at the lowest possible price and pass our good fortune on to you today. Take a look at these, beginning with the MS66 examples, folks. Unbelievable. The coin was a true, true work of art. You know, you zooming in close, I mean, I can't see a flaw on the coin. Look at this coin. It is a true work of art. Native American on the obverse. The first time there had been a portrait of an actual Native American Indian on the obverse of a coin. all the detail, the very high relief. It was only struck for 25 years. It was a very difficult coin to strike. This is the last year of the issue, 1938. And then on the reverse, the bison. Now it was thought that he modeled this bison from a bison that was in the Bronx Zoo, a bison by the name of Black Diamond. But there's some confusion about that, and there's some discrepancies. Some people think it was actually a different bison that he used for the model. But at any rate, the legend had it that he used Black Diamond as his model, and in fact, years later, Black Diamond became the name for a famous steak. And look at the detail on this coin. All that detail in his horn, his tail, it's extraordinary. Boy, all the work that went into the striking of this nickel. And we have them in these state-of-the-art holders graded by NGC and PCGS, the top grading services, independent third-party grading services in the country. Every one of these with bold strikes. I can't see any marks on any of the coins. They look flawless. They are magnificent, and they are so rare. This beautiful, iconic design by James Earl Fraser on the obverse and reverse, that great bison reverse. And at the very bottom on the reverse, you see the small D below the 5 cents, that small letter D for the Denver Mint, which struck these coins. They only struck about 7 million in 1938. You know, this is really one of my all-time favorite United States coins. Now, I'm going to price them to you in a minute, but to appreciate the rarity of these coins and the superb quality of these coins, I need to give you a little of the backstory. Buffalo nickels, folks, were one of the first coins I ever collected as a kid. I started collecting when I was 10 years old, and my Jefferson nickel collection was pretty complete. I mean, I had about 90% of all the Jefferson nickels that I had gotten out of circulation, struck from 1938 through the 1960s when I was collecting. But the Buffalo nickel book that I had, and this is the actual book that I had when I was collecting Buffalo nickels when I was 10 years old, folks. I've kept it. This is, you know, this is a keepsake. Well, I had some of the later dates, as you can see here, when we open this book up. I was able to find some of these later dates in circulation. Now, 1936 had the highest mintage. 1936, over 119 million were struck over the 1936. I never did get a 1938 D. That, again, only had a mintage of 7 million. But the biggest problem I had with finding the Buffalo nickels was the fact that the date was the first area to wear out on the Buffalo nickel. So when you look at these earlier dates, though the one date I did find was a 1919, but when you look at it, and if we can zoom in close, you can barely see the date on the coin. I mean, it's barely visible, just visible enough so that I could tell the last two digits were a 1 and a 9. And this was a big problem with the Buffalo nickel series. The dates just wore flat after several years in circulation. These coins, folks, were heavily used in commerce. They were very heavily used in commerce, and in fact, when you look at the entire series, to give you an idea of how rare these coins are, here's one chart that we have for you. They struck over 1.2 billion Buffalo nickels over the entirety of the series from 1913 to 1938. 1.2 billion, but for the entire series, there is the total certified in MS 66, 67, and 68 by NGC. And 68 is the highest grade ever given that date. Only 44,245 examples in 6.6, 6,232 in 6.7, and 221 in 6.8. To give you a better idea of the rarity, we made a little pie chart that explains it a little differently. If you had the entire population of buffalo nickels struck, all those coins that were circulated up to a grade of MS65 are in blue. The coins in MS66 and higher grade are that thin white line. And in fact, that thin white line should be even thinner, but that's as thin as we could make it. Because the 6.6s represent about 1 out of every 27,000 buffalo nickels originally struck have survived in MS66. 1 out of every 27,000. The MS67s represent 1 out of about every 194,000 originally struck. Think about that. 1 coin out of 194,000 originally struck. The 6.8s, 1 in over 5 million. So it's really important that you understand how rare these coins are in high-grade condition. So when you see them in auction, they've realized some extraordinary prices. Here's some auction prices realized, folks, of 1938D Buffalo nickels. We've got one here in MS65. Again, we're offering MS66s and MS67s. But here is one in MS65 that sold in auction several years ago for $364. Here's another 6.5 that sold in auction a few years after that for $587 in MS65. And then here's an MS66 that sold for $352. And then when you get to the MS67s, around $2,000 for an MS67. And if you wanted to get an MS68, you're talking over $20,000. And that's what these coins have sold for in auction. These two grades we have for you today, MS66 and MS67, are the perfect grades at the perfect price point. We could have included MS65s from the collection, but the MS65s were about the same price as the MS66s. We'd much rather give you a higher grade MS66, much rarer, higher quality, for the price of an MS65, less than the price of an MS65, in fact, in a lot of cases. And when you look at these, you can see how conservatively graded they are from this collection. Take a look at one of these MS66 examples now, because I'm going to price them. And then I'm going to tell you the story about the Buffalo nickel, because this is a coin that, again, almost did not exist. They almost didn't exist. I have these today, the 1938Ds in MS66 from this collection. Folks, these aren't $499 or $399 or even $299. $199 would be a phenomenal opportunity, but it wouldn't be our best price. Our philosophy from day one is when we get a great deal, as in this case, when we were very aggressive, we bought the entire collection, we were first in line, and we bought the entire deal and got some tremendous savings by buying the entire deal, which lowers our cost substantially on the individual coins. We are then able to pass our good fortune onto you. And while we have them from this phenomenal collection, we're able to offer these coins, these 1938Ds in MS66 condition, for $129. While we have them, $129 a coin. You take a look at this coin, folks, the detail. This was one of the coins struck during the Renaissance era. The Renaissance era was initiated by then-President Theodore Roosevelt in the early 1900s, when he felt we were a great nation and we should have some coins that really exemplified the greatness of our country and with artistic, classic beauty. And so he hired James Frazier, a tremendous sculptor a very talented sculptor of the era, to design the buffalo nickel. And Frazier actually used as his model for the Native American 3 different Indian chiefs. So the portrait you see on the obverse is actually a composite of 3 Indian chiefs that he used to model this coin. One of the chiefs, Two Moons, he was the most controversial of the chiefs because he had actually participated in the Battle of Little Bighorn about 40 years earlier. And he was the chief of the Cheyenne Nation. And another of the chiefs that he used for this portrait was a man by the name of John Bigtree, chief of the Seneca Nation. And then the third was Irontail of the Oglala Lakota Nation. And in fact, Irontail was a performer, and he participated in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show in the early 1900s. And Buffalo Bill Cody described this chief as the finest man I know, bar none. So those were the models for this coin. And you look at this, these coins should not exist in this condition, folks. Somebody had to put some original rolls away back in 1938. Can you imagine that? 1938, during the midst of the Great Depression, a roll of nickels was about $2. The only way these could survive in this condition is if somebody put some original rolls away, never broke the bank rolls open, and stored them for over 80 years. That's the only way a coin like this can survive in this condition. They should not exist. That just does not happen. And to have that miracle, to be able to pass it on to you today, to have this incredible specimen for only $129, it really, for me, is a dream come true. One of my favorite all-time coins in this extraordinary condition. If I had found a buffalo nickel like this, anywhere near this condition when I was collecting, first started collecting as a 10-year-old, I would have just flipped out. And here we have them for only $129. But then we also have the top of the line from this collection. We have a limited quantity in MS-67. Only 6,232 buffalo nickels for the entire series have been graded in MS-67. Look at this coin. It is absolute perfection. All the detail. You don't see detail like this on modern coins minted today. Coins struck today for commerce need to be struck as economically as possible. This kind of high relief portrait with all this detail is very, very difficult to create for a commercially struck coin. To give you an idea how rare this buffalo nickel is in MS-67, if we could compare it to the Morgan dollar series. Now, Morgan silver dollars are rare coins in mint state 67 and very rare in MS-68. But you look at how many Morgan dollars have been graded in 6.7 compared to the buffalo nickels. In 6.7, the buffalo nickel is about 3 times rarer as a Morgan dollar in MS-67. And in MS-68, it's about 5 times rarer. And in fact, the buffalo nickel doesn't even exist in MS-69. And again, when you get to the MS-68, buffalo nickels, the 38Ds, have been known to go for over $20,000. But then to get one of these top-of-the-line MS-67s from this collection, folks, coins that have sold for $2,000 and more in previous auctions. Again, we're passing our good fortune on to you today, because they're not $2,000, of course, or $1,500, or even $1,000, or even $500. $329 for the finest buffalo nickels from this extraordinary once-in-a-lifetime collection. If you have never purchased a magnificent, rare United States coin before, folks, Now is the time to take the plunge. You know, you couldn't do any better. Really, this is the perfect time, the perfect coin, the perfect price. A coin of extraordinary rarity, tremendous beauty. Most consider it the most beautiful nickel ever struck by the United States Mint. These are the kind of coins you want to keep in your family and pass on to your kids and your grandkids. If you can swing more than one, please get more than one while we have them. This is a limited time offer. We bought this large collection. We have over several hundred coins, but that's it. It's not like we have 5,000. We don't. We don't have 1,000. We have several hundred. It's a limited time offer. So we have a lot of people calling in, but now we get to the story that I promised you about the Buffalo nickel, a coin that almost did not exist. The story of the Buffalo nickel actually begins in 1904, when then President Teddy Roosevelt looked at the American coins in our circulation, and to put it mildly, he was not happy. In fact, he was quite distressed. He was so upset, he took the time to write a letter to the director of the United States Mint in 1904, expressing his dissatisfaction with the artistic state of our American coinage. And in this letter, dated December 27, 1904, to the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Shaw, Roosevelt wrote, "My dear Secretary Shaw, I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty?" Now, Roosevelt ranks among my favorite presidents. President Theodore Roosevelt. He was a great believer in the American dream. He believed that America was a land of opportunity and that every American should have the ability and the opportunity to improve their life through hard work and virtuous living. And to that end, he believed our coinage, something that every American shared, should be inspirational, as daily reminders in its symbolism and words of who we are as Americans, what we stand for, the ideals, the promise, those ideals we aspire to, illuminated and crystallized in this great work of art, this coin. And he believed that great art should be available to all Americans, not just the wealthy. So what better way to share great art than through our coinage? Those inspirational symbols you see on every coin, what better way to inspire than through our coinage? The words liberty, in God we trust, e pluribus unum, out of many one, United States of America, on every coin. And so Roosevelt hoped to hire Augustus St. Gaudens, the famed sculptor, to redesign all our coins. But St. Gaudens was only able to design two coins, the gold double eagle and the $10 gold eagle, before he tragically died of cancer in 1907. Well, other great sculptors of the time stepped in to fill St. Gaudens' shoes. And one of these sculptors was James Earl Fraser. He was a world-renowned sculptor in his own right, who actually had once been a student of St. Gaudens. Now, one of the coins which Roosevelt felt needed redesigned was the Liberty nickel, which had been in production since 1883. And so, in 1911, the Mint enlisted the services of James Earl Fraser to create a new design for the nickel denomination. Now, originally, the new nickel that the Mint proposed was to feature a portrait of Lincoln. But Lincoln was already on the cent, which had been in production since 1909. So before long, Fraser developed some ideas of his own and prepared wax models of an Indian head and a buffalo, both uniquely American. In the words of Fraser, written in a letter to Franklin McVeigh, then Secretary of the Treasury, the idea of the Indian and the buffalo on the same coin is without doubt purely American and seems to be singularly appropriate to have on one of our national coins. You will see that the Indian that I have sculpted is entirely different than any that have ever been used on a U.S. coin in the past. Most of the heads of those other coins that have been used in the past have been Caucasians with an Indian headdress. In this case, I have avoided using the war bonnet and have made a purely Indian type. As I mentioned earlier, he actually had 3 Native American chiefs to model, and that portrait there is the composite of those 3 chiefs. In July of 1912, this new proposed design with the portrait of a Native American Indian on the obverse and the buffalo on the reverse was made public for the first time. Now, information on this new coin was given to all the vending machine manufacturers for their approval. And this was when this new nickel design ran into trouble. This buffalo nickel that you're looking at almost never came to be. You see, there was this man, Clarence Hobbs. Now, it's not a very flattering portrait. It kind of makes him look like a sort of a Snidely Whiplash type of character. But he was a businessman looking out for his business. And he owned a company, Hobbs Manufacturing. They made vending machines. And he objected to the new design because he claimed that the high relief on these nickels, these new nickels, made it more difficult for his machines to detect slugs. And so the introduction of this new nickel design was delayed as Hobbs and the Mint became embroiled in a debate that went on for months in letters and phone conversations. So months passed, and despite several accommodations by the Mint received on February 3rd this letter sent by Hobbs to Mint Director Roberts with another long list of changes that had to be made to this beautiful coin design in order to work in his machines. More demands from Hobbs. Now, James Fraser, the sculptor of the design, at this point, he was at his wit's end. Major changes in the design would, in effect, totally sterilize the beauty of his artistic creation. And he expressed his frustration in a letter to Secretary McVeigh. Now, this last appeal by Fraser apparently tipped the scale in his favor, as the Secretary also appreciated the beauty of the design, and he also did not want the Mint to lose the services of one of the greatest sculptors of our time. So in a final letter to the Mint, Secretary McVeigh gave his decision, quoting in this response, "It is fortunate that the commercial interests involved are relatively slight, for one must always be impressed in such a case by the claims of business. It is, of course, true that only the most serious business considerations should stand in the way of an improvement of the coinage. And this particular coin has great claims of its own because of its special quality. If we should stop new coinage for any commercial obstacles less than imperative, we should have to abandon a worthy coinage altogether. This would be a most serious handicap to the art of the nation. For scarcely any form of art is more influential than an artistic coin where the coin is widely circulated. You will please therefore proceed with the coinage of the new nickel. And that's when the Buffalo nickel was finally approved in 1913. And so with that final letter from Secretary McVeigh, James Earl Fraser's artistic vision prevailed. And the Buffalo nickel, or what we sometimes call the Indian head nickel, was born. Arguably the most beautiful, the most popular nickel ever struck by the United States Mint. Especially in this condition, folks. This is extraordinary. And 1938 was the last year, struck over 80 years ago, before World War II, during the Great Depression. It was only struck for 25 years, folks. It was discontinued, again, first struck in 1913, last struck in 1938. In 1938, the Mint began producing the Jefferson nickel, which is still being struck today. The Mint only struck this coin for 25 years because of the design of the Buffalo nickel. You see, folks, when you look at this coin, the beautiful high relief of the portrait, when you look at the obverse and reverse, the coin has a very three-dimensional look to it. It's a sculpted look where the portrait is raised substantially from the surface of the coin. And so these Buffalo nickels were very difficult to fully strike up because of this beautiful high relief. And nickel is a very, very hard metal. So the Mint had to use a lot more die pressure to get these coins to fully strike up. Now, when they did that, the dies wore at a substantially higher rate. In fact, they wore about 5 times faster than the previous dies used for the Liberty nickel. And so this was a real problem with the Mint. It was a very expensive coin to make. Now, by law, when they had a new coin design, it had to be struck for at least 25 years. So because of all these issues, because of the problems getting dies and the die wear, dies breaking, in 1938 was the 25th year of the Buffalo nickel design. And so they decided, well, this was going to be it, okay? This is going to be the last year that required by law. We can't strike this coin anymore. It's just too expensive. And so we have this final year, the 1938 deep, where they only struck 7 million examples. And we have among the finest survivors today. But during that short time in production, folks, from 1913 to 1938, our nation was truly blessed with one of the great numismatic masterpieces in the history of the United States Mint. And again, very, very few of these were saved. To survive in this condition, somebody had to put some original bank-wrapped rolls away, put them in a drawer somewhere. And that rarely happened back in the 1930s during the Great Depression. This is the greatest group of some of the finest known surviving Buffalo nickels in existence, in a condition no show in the history of Coin TV has ever offered. In the quantity that I have them for you today, we have several hundred examples in Mint State 66 and Mint State 67. The perfect grade at the perfect price point. And again, the best part of all is the price. We acquired the entire collection. We had a lot of examples grade MS64 and MS65. But the fact is, we're able to sell you these MS66s at the same price that we'd normally sell MS65s at. So we have the MS66s, if you just tuned in, for only $129 a coin. And then the MS67s, coins that in previous auctions have sold for upwards of $2,000, we have for only $329. This truly is a dream come true. As a collector, again, I've been a fan of the Buffalo nickels since I was 10 years old when I first started collecting. It was a coin I always loved. I could never find them in the condition you see these coins, folks. You couldn't even read the dates on the coins I found. And for us to get these in this condition, like they just came off the die, it's extraordinary. They should not exist. They do exist. We have a limited quantity. Please get them while we have them. This has been a thrill to be able to offer this collection to you today. If you can get more than one, get more than one while we're able to fulfill that demand, okay? This is a limited time offer. Thank you for watching. If you're tuning in for the first time, well, you've got an impeccable sense of timing. Because what I have for you is what will rank as among the most important collections of the last 100 years of United States minted coins. Now, in terms of their historical significance to our country, their incredible beauty. Without question, one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. And the dimensions of the coin, it's the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. And it's not struck in clad metal like all the other coins you find in your pocket change today, but struck in pure silver mined in America. Traditionally, this was the largest silver coin ever struck by the U.S. Mint. And we refer to it as a Morgan silver dollar. Most of you have handled one of these sometime in your life. It's a huge coin, and it's 90%, 3/4 of an ounce pure silver. It's always been the standard for what a large silver coin should be. Now here is the American Silver Eagle. 1 ounce pure silver mined in America. Look at the size. It's a huge coin. It's the largest coin ever struck by the United States Mint. And it's 1 ounce pure silver, full ounce. But when you look at this particular example on the left, this is your typical American Silver Eagle, especially during the early years of the series. They had a lot of production problems, a lot of spotting on the coins, so that when you bought one of these from the United States Mint, you'd see the spotting like you see on this 1992. That's what makes the set I have for you today so special. The future potential of this set for you, your children, your grandchildren. I have a limited number of these sets at the price I'm able to offer them at. It's a limited time offer. These sets I have for you today are literally the perfect grade for you at this perfect price point. Every coin, essentially flawless to the eye, folks. 40 coins from the first year of the series, 1986, to the most recent, struck in 2024. MS 69 condition, which means they're essentially flawless to the eye. None of that spotting you saw on that specimen that we had, that sample. No marks. The highest possible grade, folks, you can get is MS 70. An MS 70 is a coin that's flawless under high magnification. MS 69 is one step below MS 70. It's basically flawless to the eye. When you look at these coins, you're seeing, essentially to the human eye, perfection. All 40 coins. This is the perfect grade at the perfect price point for this spellbinding collection of United States silver dollars. And most importantly, this set represents the end of an era. The final American Silver Eagles with the historic heraldic eagle reverse. The heraldic eagle reverse, first used on our silver dollars back in the 1700s. I have an example of one of those early silver dollars right here for you. Take a look at one of these original silver dollars from the 1700s with what we refer to as the heraldic eagle reverse. And that reverse was wisely brought back by John Mercanti for this American Silver Eagles when the series began in 1986, and it was used through 2001. You get 40 coins in this set. All these early dates, folks, in this condition are so rare. When I say it's the perfect rate at the perfect price point, in MS-70, many of these coins have sold for $20,000, $30,000, $35,000 in MS-70. Yet you put these next to an MS-70 and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference with the human eye. That is how superb they are. That's why it's the perfect grade at the perfect price point, because you're getting this set at such a ground floor opportunity price in MS-69 condition. Every one of these coins, again, pure 100% silver, or as the government would say, it's 0.999 silver. And there in 2021, you have the transition year. The final year with the heraldic eagle reverse, and that first appeared on our silver dollars in the late 1700s, and the Type 2 reverse, eagle landing reverse, first appearing in 2021. Now, folks, when the Mint announced that it was the end of the heraldic eagle reverse, take a look at the headlines that came out in this one numismatic publication. The collector interest in these coins. Last Mercanti-proof American Silver Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse sells out within minutes of being offered. Over 300,000 were minted, sold out in minutes. What is most significant is that the set of American Silver Eagles represents the end of an era with these early heraldic eagle coins, and a series that has grown to be the most widely collected silver dollar in all of United States numismatics. In 1986, one of the reasons this series is so popular is because of the classic obverse design of this coin. The obverse, originally designed by Adolph Weinman, appeared on the half dollar in 1916. I have one of these coins that my father gave me when I was 10 years old. And this one was struck in 1941. It's been spent quite a time in circulation, but we refer to it as the Walking Liberty half dollar design. And it's considered among the most beautiful renditions of liberty in the history of the United States Mint. But when John Mercanti, the chief engraver, brought this design back, that original Weinman design for the American Silver Eagle, he enhanced it. He took advantage of all the modern technology available at the U.S. Mint in 1986. We had stronger dies. We were using a harder steel to strike coins so that they were able to apply more die pressure. So he was able to make this design, re-engrave all the details on Liberty to make them even sharper than on the original half dollar design. And so you see this coin now struck up in full detail, every detail as the artist intended. You could even see the fingers of her left hand, which on most half dollars from the Walking Liberty series, you can't see because the coin would not be struck up to show all that detail. All the high points you see here on this silver dollar typically were not visible on the half dollar struck the last year, 1947. So this is a classic reimagined, so to speak, by John Mercanti to bring this coin to life for the collector of today. To complete this 40 coin set in MS-70 today would cost you close to $100,000. And it's these early dates, because again, the early dates were plagued by spotting and by abrasions. Take a look here of some comparables. Some of the prices that these coins have brought, a lot of them in past auctions. Here's a 1986 MS-70 that sold in auction for over $21,000 for just the 1986. Here's a 1988 that sold for about $10,000, $9,700. 1991, one of the toughest dates in the series in MS-70, $34,500. 1992, $16,500. 96, $21,850. Here's another 96, $27,600, almost $30,000. And here's a 99, $28,000. The 2000 sold for over $10,000. Another 2000 sold for almost $30,000. Now, when you get into the later years, the quality really improved at the mint. But to get these early years, the 1991, you'll recall, sold for about $35,000 in MS-70. Take a look at this 1991. When I say the coins are flawless to the eye, you've got to have really good vision to find the tiniest flaw in this coin, folks. Take a look at this coin. No marks, full strike, as flawless as the moment it left the die, and with no spots on the planchet. It's absolutely sensational. How a coin this large could survive without marks. Now, in the early years, these American Silver Eagles weren't considered collector coins. They were considered bullion coins. And so dealers would just throw them in rolls where they would abrade with other coins and accumulate bag marks. There's an original roll you see here. This is the kind of tubes that they came in from the mint. It had to be a custom tube because of the size of the American Silver Eagle. It was larger than a Morgan dollar, so it was a custom tube created by the United States Mint. And then she's got just a few examples to show you of the typical kind of marks that it would accumulate on these coins because of the handling. And there you can see some serious marks above "In God We Trust" there that are really obvious, and also about 9 o'clock by the rim. And on the sun itself, you can see a lot of abrasion on the sun. And there's a small white spot just above the date. And here's another. And you can see, again, some marks above "In God We Trust." Very, very obvious. Here's one more. This example, you can see, again, a mark above "In God We Trust," and a lot of light abrasion on the sun. And yet, this is a pretty good condition for American Silver Eagle, but it's nowhere near MS-69 quality. It's these early American Silver Eagles with the heraldic eagle reverse from 1986 through 2021 that all these collectors of today and future generations are going to find that these coins are the key dates in the series, the hardest coins to acquire, folks. This is a series that is still being struck today. The Mint is not about to discontinue the American Silver Eagle series. It is more popular than ever. It's growing in popularity with every passing year. Take a look at the mintages from the first year these coins were struck up to the present. 1986, they only struck 5.3 million, 1987, 11 million. And you see most of the years, in those early years, the mintages were under 10 million. In 2008, you had a record high, 20 million struck. And that was over 20 years later. And now in these final 10, 11, 12 years, you could see 30, 34 million, 40 million, 33 million, 47 million in 2015, the Type 2. 2021, 14 million. And then we have the 22, 23, 24. These coins are growing in popularity with every passing year, and it's these coins in MS-69 condition, folks. Because I have this entire set for you today. You can shop around and find these coins in MS-69, folks. These American Silver Eagles generally sell somewhere between, sometimes you'll see them as low as $150, but usually they're in the $200 to $400 range. These are top-rated sellers. Here's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. A 2000 and MS69 for $575. Here's a 2001 for $215. A 2002 for $215. You note these are all later dates. They're not the early dates in the early 90s or 1980s. These are the slightly later dates, and they're still over $200. A 2004, $575. Another 2005, $180 there. Here's a 2016, $281. 2011, $159. And here's a dealer offering a partial set, 1988 to 2005 for $3,500. 18 coins in that set, so just under $200 a coin. Here's the best part of all. We had access to an amazing collection of hundreds and hundreds of original rolls that we were able to cherry pick, all the labor involved. And we got some MS69s, and we have this set offered based not on what the market will bear, but based on our cost. And I have a limited time offer on these sets, folks. The entire 40 coin collection, every American Silver Eagle from the first year of issue, 1986, to the most recent, 2024, MS69 for under $100 a coin. $3,795. You do the math. That's well on, what is it, about $90 a coin? You know, we've got 40 ounces of silver, American Silver Eagles, MS69 condition. Now, we want everybody who's calling in, everybody who's watching, an opportunity to acquire one of these sets at this price while we have them. And so I have a two-payment option. If you can't swing the entire $37.95 today, just put half down of only $1,897.50, and we'll hold the set for you. And that is so important because a few weeks from now, we will likely be sold out of this collection at this price. So we'll hold the set for you at $37.95. You make the second payment in 30 days, and you will be the owner of one of the most spectacular silver dollar collections in the history of the United States Mint. With this collection, you're getting Miles Standish's book on the American Silver Eagle. This is a classic. If you're going to get the coin, you want to educate yourself. And this is the book that will give you the best education on this classic series. The first 40 coins of the American Silver Eagle series in MS69 condition. Extraordinary quality. Again, the perfect grade, the perfect price point. Because if you just went up one grade to MS70, this set would run you close to $100,000 or more. But this set at $37.95, folks, there is so much future upside potential. A fraction of the price of the MS70s with all the eye appeal of the MS70s. Essentially flawless to the human eye. If you're calling in now, we've got a lot of folks calling in right now. Please be patient. We will get to you in just a minute or two. But this is an incredibly popular series. And Sasha here has a comparison. Take a look at these two coins, folks. They're both essentially flawless to the human eye. The coin to your right, though, is sold for upwards of $10,000 in auction. This 1995 you're getting, under $100. You're getting all the eye appeal at a small fraction of the price, and that's where the future potential lies. To get this kind of quality at this kind of collector-friendly price, barely above the bullion value, yet the eye appeal of an MS70 that sells for 5 figures. In fact, we have the entire set for only $3,795. So we are getting a lot of folks calling in, A lot of folks calling in, several people calling in about more than one set. With this collection, you're getting Miles Standish book, The American Silver Eagles. Again, the 1986 to 2021 have the classic heraldic eagle reverse. So highly valued, highly prized, because it's these early years that not only have the heraldic eagle reverse, but it's these early years when the technology at the mint was not as advanced as it is today. So you had so many American Silver Eagles that were struck with milk spots, and then they were mishandled and they acquired bag marks. To get these earliest dates in MS-69, folks, you know, and to give you an idea, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, when the Mint announced that they were changing the reverse of the coin in 2021 from the heraldic eagle reverse to the eagle is landing reverse in 2021, the heraldic eagle reverse sold out within a matter of minutes. That's how huge the collector demand is for these coins, for this series. And think of all the new collectors collecting these coins with each passing year. It's especially these early dates that are the rarest in this really lofty grade of MS-69 that will show the greatest demand and the greatest future potential. So I hope you can take advantage of it while we have these sets. We got a lot of folks calling in. I hear that we do have a little bit of a queue, so just be patient. We will get to you. Again, this is a limited time offer at this price. Silver right now, silver bullion has been at a very low level, which has allowed us to buy an incredible collection of original rolls of these American Silver Eagles, cherry pick the finest specimens, and get these MS-69s out to you at less than $100 a coin. But we have a limited number of sets at this price. So I hope you call in now, take advantage of this offer. This is one of the greatest sets you could hope to acquire. Certainly the greatest set struck by the United States Mint in the last 100 years. This classic silver dollar that embraces that first heraldic eagle reverse used back in the late 1790s. And on the obverse, first struck during the Renaissance era with the Walking Liberty half-dollar design. That design originated in 1916. Those two classic designs incorporated into the 1986 American Silver Eagle that continues on today. And then in 2021, the Mint finally made that change to what we refer to as the Type 2 Eagle Landing Reverse, which is now being used today on the American Silver Eagle series. So get this set, because again, it's those earliest dates in the series that we have for you that are the most critical, that are the rarest, the most desirable, that have the greatest long-term future potential. It's for the collector of today to pass on to your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. I hope you can take advantage of this offer, folks. It's under $100 a coin. It doesn't get any better. This is the best I can do. Thank you for watching.
Throughout human history, gold has remained the most valuable and reliable precious metal known to man. As such, gold has proven its reputation as the most trusted form of currency to store wealth over thousands of years and through many different civilizations. With governments around the world currently accumulating debt at a record rate, humanity is once again turning to gold for its established value. This new surge has now pushed gold to an all-time high of over $2,300 an ounce, up about $400 higher than 1 year ago, proving yet again that gold is still the most reliable precious metal on Earth.
There happens to be a coin series out there that over the past year or so has taken the entire numismatic world by storm. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to share with you all what is arguably the single biggest release in the year 2024 from the category of gold. And this coin release comes from a series that is not only already becoming iconic, but displays some of the most gorgeous coins in all of numismatics. Before we talk about that, however, I would like to take you all through a small journey of what is one of the most exclusive strikes ever given to a gold coin in this country. Throughout all of United States mint history, the United States has done a really good job of innovating with their coin designs and making sure that they are at the top of their game when it comes to creating the most beautiful coins with the most exceptional strikes. In the year 1907, with the help of Theodore Roosevelt and Augustus St. Gaudens, our country received some of the very first high-relief gold coins ever struck in the United States of America. The very first versions of the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle were struck with a high-relief finish. High-relief gold prior to 1907 did not exist in this country. To bring it to life, the two best men for the job were put to the task to do so. This was not a very easy endeavor, however. A high-relief coin is one that has all the detail elements on the planchet stick out significantly higher than a traditional relief coin would. This, as a result, meant that they would need to strike the coins with a lot more pressure and generally would have to strike the coins several more times than regular to get all of the design elements put into the planchet. This is not an easy strike to accomplish. And for that reason, in the year 1907, after striking a little over 10,000 examples, the United States government determined that striking high-relief gold was not going to be feasible. Not only because each coin took 14 to 20 different strikes to strike into the planchet, but also because of the immense amount of pressure that was needed to strike each coin. And for that reason, high-relief gold was not feasible to be struck in mass production. Now, after the 1907 high relief was struck in that year, the United States Mint never ventured down the path of trying to strike another high relief gold coin until the year 2009. Over 100 years later, under the tenure of the chief of the United States Mint, Mr. Edmund Moy, the 2009 ultra high relief St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle was brought back to life. This is the first high-relief gold coin that was struck in over 100 years. And it was done so to give the vast majority of collectors an opportunity to acquire an original version of the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle that was meant to be struck with an ultra high-relief finish. This coin was absolutely groundbreaking, and to say that it is one of the most popular coins in US Mint history would be an understatement. Now, after the year 2009, the United States Mint decided that beginning in 2015, they were going to officially launch an actual series of gold coins, all struck with a high-relief finish. Something that is very difficult to do. But the United States Mint put themselves to the task and struck what is now the most beautiful and elegant series of coins ever made in this country. The year 2015 marked the very first year of the high-relief $100 American Gold Liberty series. This series took leaps and strides well ahead of anything else that was ever struck before it, with each coin not only being struck with a high-relief finish, but each and every one being denominated with a $100 denomination, a denomination that prior to this series was never given to a gold coin before. On top of all of that, this was a biannual release series, meaning that after the 2015 version of this coin was struck, the next one will be released in 2017, and then 2019, 2021, 2023. With each different release, beginning in the year 2015, the United States Mint's objective was to create a brand new version of Lady Liberty that had not only never been used on a coin before, but also displayed Lady Liberty in an extremely innovative way. The first version of this coin was the 2015 High Relief Gold Liberty, and this piece was struck with a traditional mint state finish. It was exceptionally iconic given that this coin came from the very first year of this entire series. Now jumping into the year 2017, the 2017 American Gold Liberty took an exceptionally big leap forward by featuring Lady Liberty for the very first time, featured by an African American lady. This coin was struck with a proof finish, and it was so iconic that for the year 2017, this coin won the Coin of the Year design at the US Mint. Jumping into 2019, the 2019 High Relief Gold Liberty was struck with a version of Lady Liberty's portrait with her hair flowing into transforming into the rays of the sun. This version also had a specimen finish, one that had never been used on the High Relief Gold Liberty before, and it translates beautifully into creating one of the most iconic coins in this entire series. Now jumping into the last two releases from this series, the 2021 High Relief American Gold Liberty. This coin is the de facto most difficult coin currently to obtain from this collection. The 2021 High Relief Gold Liberty featured an American Mustang, bucking off an English saddle to represent liberty and freedom in this country. To this day, that coin right there is so highly sought after, it has virtually disappeared from the market completely. And anytime it does come up, there is already a very large line of collectors that are waiting to acquire that coin to complete their collection of $100 gold liberties. Now jumping into 2023, the more recent release from this collection. The 2023 High Relief Gold Liberty featured for the very first time Lady Liberty depicted by a tree. And the tree that was chosen to depict Lady Liberty was the bristlecone pine tree. The bristlecone pine tree is not only one of the oldest living organisms on the planet Earth, but the idea of it having very deep roots in the Earth's surface represent how the ideas of freedom and liberty are so deeply rooted in this country. Just like the 2021, this 2023 High Relief Gold Liberty has become an instant classic with collectors and is getting incredibly difficult to find. I have available tonight a very special coin for you all. One that was completely unprecedented and one that no one expected to be released. Like I mentioned, the $100 Gold Liberty series gets a brand new coin once every 2 years. It is a biannual release, meaning that once every 2 years, the US Mint puts out a new coin for this collection. With that being said, the United States Mint has surprised all collectors by releasing a special issue American Gold Liberty. The 2024 $100 Liberty and Britannia. And this coin, I can already tell you, is going to be an instant classic and is going to become the key date in this entire series. Let me show you why. I have available a chart that talks about every single high relief gold coin struck in this country. At the very top, you have the very first high relief gold coin struck, the 1907 high relief. That example has a total mintage of 11,250 coins. And if you try to acquire that example today in low mint state grades, it's very easily a $30,000 to $40,000 coin. Jumping down to the 2009 ultra high relief. That piece, with the mintage of just under 115,000 examples, is already an instant classic with collectors, given how difficult it is to source any high relief gold across the country. After that, we get the series of high relief $100 gold pieces. The 2015, first year of issue, has a mintage of just under 50,000 coins. Under that, you have the 2017, with a mintage of 37,895 coins. And then we jump to the 2019, with a mintage of 24,609 examples. I want you to pay close attention to the next two. we have the 2021 and the 2023. Both on par with each other, with having the lowest mintages in the series until the present coin was released. Both of those coins, the 2021 and the 2023, have mintages of only 12,500 examples, and they are virtually impossible to acquire now. And then we have the coin that I'm talking about here today. The 2024 $100 Liberty and Britannia, with a total mintage of only 10,000 examples. I'm about to show you all a lot more information regarding these coins, and it's going to help you understand how important that actually is. Because when looking at the 2021 and 2023 American Gold Liberties, those coins in recent times have virtually skyrocketed in value. Here is exactly what I'm talking about. Take a look at this. I have actual invoices from Rare Collectibles TV from people that have been buying these over the years. And I want to show you all exactly where the prices of these coins started and where they are at today. This is an example that was purchased in the year 2021. This client purchased a single coin in Proof 70, and they paid $4,995. After that, here's a client that purchased two examples, again in the year 2021, and they paid $4,995 each. This was the entry-level price whenever these coins were first released, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. And after that, here's an invoice from 2023, when things started really picking up for this series. Sold in August of 2023, and this one jumped up in price, $6,795. Here's an example from 2024. Same coin, 2021 High Relief Gold Liberty in Proof 70 Deep Cameo. This one sold for $8,250. Again in 2024. This one sold for $8,495, and this client purchased two of these. Here's another example shortly after those that had to sell for $9,995. The same 2021 High Relief Gold Liberty in Proof 70, a coin that started off at just under $5,000. And next, here's an example that more recently sold for $11,495. The reason this is the case, ladies and gentlemen, is because this coin, with an exceptionally low mintage of 12,500 pieces, coupled with the beautiful and unique design and the popularity that it has received, cementing itself as one of the most unique series in US history, makes this coin very difficult to source. Now jumping into the 2023 version. This is a more recent issue just coming out last year, and here are examples that sold at release. This client purchased a single example of the 2023 Gold Liberty in Proof 70 for $4,995. Here's another client that purchased that same exact coin this year, just a few months afterwards, for $6,495. And then after that, we have a client that purchased a quantity of 5 of the 2023 High Relief American Gold Liberties in Proof 70 at the same price, $6,495 per coin. In just a matter of months, ladies and gentlemen, a coin that was originally selling for $5,000 is now having to sell for $6,495. And our prices that we were selling these at are actually quite conservative. Take a look at these comps, because these examples are selling online and they're selling for quite a bit more than what we are offering ours for. Here's an example of the 2021 High Relief American Gold Liberty in Proof 70, and this example is being sold online right now for $12,500. Here's another example in Proof 70 Deep Cameo, the 2021 American Mustang High Relief Gold Liberty. This listing is for $12,700. And jumping to the 2023 Gold Liberty, this example in Proof 70 is being offered right now for $7,000. These are the kind of prices that you are seeing for these. The American Gold Liberty series has completely taken off in popularity. And this 2024 version, in a very short period of time, will become the definitive key date in this entire series. For the first time ever, the United States Mint and the Royal Mint of Great Britain have partnered on a coin, and that is exactly what we got with the special issue Gold Liberty. This 2024 Liberty and Britannia is absolutely groundbreaking. The obverse of this groundbreaking coin was designed in collaboration by the chief engravers of the United States of America, who is Joseph Mena, and the Royal Mint of Great Britain, Gordon Summers. A first of its kind design by the chief engravers of two of the largest mints in the entire world. Lady Liberty and Britannia have appeared for years on coins of their respective nations. However, this is the first time that they have ever appeared together, recognizing the long relationship between the United States of America and the United Kingdom. On the obverse of this piece, there are so many beautiful highlights that I want to talk about. When I saw this coin in person for the first time, because before these coins came in, the United States Mint did have a press release showing their own renders for this piece. It already looked absolutely gorgeous, but holding it in person really helped me feel exactly how high the relief of this coin is and how beautifully crowded the obverse and reverse designs of this coin are. This coin is a true masterpiece, with its mirrored fields being complemented by its exceptionally highly cameo contrasted reliefs, makes this coin an absolute stunner in the series of American Gold Liberties. And a fun fact for everyone watching right now, this is, as far as I know, the first coin in US history and possibly the history of the entire world that turns like a playing card. No matter how you turn the coin, you have one version of the face facing up. On the top of the coin, you have Lady Liberty with her star-spangled hair holding a torch in her hand. And on the other side, flipping it upside down, you have Britannia, which is the United Kingdom's version of Lady Liberty. Britannia is holding a trident, which is true to how they represent Britannia in the United Kingdom. When talking about the reverse of this coin, you see very familiar elements put onto this piece that were put onto previous American Gold Liberties. On the reverse, you see the sun rises over the Atlantic Ocean, framed by two shores with Great Basin bristlecone pine tree in the west and the English yew tree in the east, representing both nations and heralding new possibilities for their mutual friendship now and going forward. The bristlecone pine tree, first featured on the coin in the year 2023, is coming back to represent our nation with the 2024 Liberty and Britannia. Every single one of these coins is a 1 ounce pure 24 karat gold coin. And with the mintage of 10,000 pieces, and the fact that we're seeing the 2021s and 2023s already selling for a lot more than their entry level prices, there's no telling how excited collectors will be with this piece. And with all of that being said, I am so excited to share with you all that these 2024 Liberty and Britannias, on television first right here on Rare Collectibles TV, are being offered for only $5,795. For $5,795, you are getting the newest release in this groundbreaking series. And on top of that, this release is now the single rarest high relief gold coin ever released by the Mint. And for those of you watching, if you are interested in this piece, we are also offering it on our 3-pay option. Just put a third of it down today of $1,931.67, pay another third of the order in 30 days, and the balance in 60 days. Between now and then, we will hold one of these examples for you in our vault, and once your order is paid off, we'll ship it right out to you. Every single one of our coins are certified in perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. For those of you who are not familiar, coins are graded on what is called the Sheldon scale. The Sheldon scale is a 70-point grading scale that determines the overall quality of a coin. Now, the lowest grade that you can get on the Sheldon scale is a 1. Now, a coin that is graded in 1 condition has unfortunately been worn so heavily throughout the years that the date and the details of the coin are barely legible. As you creep your way up through the Sheldon scale, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have a grade of a 70. A 70 grade is absolute perfection, the highest grade that any coin can receive. And when I say absolute perfection, what I'm talking about is even under high magnification, these coins are flawless. And there's no better way to celebrate this iconic coin than to get it in perfect 70 condition. I want to show you all again a breakdown of the price point that the 2021 Gold Liberty has been selling for. Keep in mind, this coin has a mintage of 12,500 pieces. And as you can see here, this coin at release was selling for $4,995. And then in 23 is when you saw the price of this coin really start to jump. In August of 23, it sold for $6,795. And then after that, $8,250. And then $8,495. And then we saw a price of $9,995, double what the original price of this coin was. And then $11,495. And now you see them selling for online for as much as $12,700. That coin, with the mintage of 12,500 pieces, is already an instant hit. And for those of you watching, this is going to be one of your best opportunities to acquire a coin at its entry-level price, just like what these 2021s were selling for. These 2024s have a lower mintage of 10,000 pieces, marking not only the lowest minted high-relief American Gold Liberty, but also the lowest minted high-relief gold coin in the history of the United States of America. And these coins, available through Rare Collectibles TV for $5,795, will not last. Every single time we saw one of these price jumps, it was because we sold out of an allotment. And the allotment on these is very, very slim. We worked very tirelessly to get a small group of these for television, and unfortunately, there will not be enough of these available for the people watching tonight. And for those of you who are interested in this piece, I encourage you all to call in and take advantage. When it comes to Liberty and Britannia being featured on the coin for the very first time, this is by itself already a very monumental achievement. The United States has no closer ally than the United Kingdom. The United States and Great Britain have stood shoulder to shoulder in the face of every global conflict since the year 1917, when America joined the Allies fighting in World War I. The US and UK were allies through World War II, Korea, Iraq, and every other major conflict that has been going around in the world. And to put such an iconic duo on one of the most iconic series in the history of the United States, with what is literally the most innovative coin strike ever, is a perfect combination for success. Everyone that took advantage of the 2021 high reliefs and the 2023 high reliefs are very happy today that they did so. So for those of you watching, if you want to take advantage of what is one of the best opportunities released this entire year, I strongly encourage you all to call in, because coins like this are best appreciated when you have the opportunity to hold them in your hands.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
This is a spectacular gem. NGC Proof 65, 1869 seated Liberty silver dollar. Now these proofs, exceptionally rare. Back in 1869, over 150 years ago, they only made 600 of these. So you can imagine how few have survived today. The highest grade for one of these is a Proof 67 star. That coin sold for over $50,000. This example today, just $12,995. NGC's only graded 15 in this grade. This is a big deal coin, ladies and gentlemen. So check out our website, rarecollectiblestv.com, or call the number on your screen, and I'm happy to help talk to you about this coin and add it to your collection. This is an exceptionally rare coin.
Rick Tomaska, knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome back, welcome back. Today, in celebration again of Whitman's release of the 4th edition of this landmark book, I've got a presentation that will get you started off on the right foot. You know, this is such a popular series, folks, the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. It's so popular for all the right reasons. If you want to take a look, for example, at the latest NGC registry, look at how many collectors there are of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollars and what the increase has been just over the last 10 years. And this is really tells the whole story. I mean, 10 years ago, they were probably on equal footing with the Walking Liberty half-dollars. Back in 2012, there were about 2,500 half-dollar registry collectors for the Kennedy and about 2,400 for the Franklin. And now you look about, here we are just over 10 years later, and that Kennedy number has more than tripled, and the Franklin number has almost tripled. It's understandable the Kennedy half-dollar number would be higher because, again, the Kennedy half-dollar series is still being struck today. So you have a lot of collectors who have just maybe acquired some recent Kennedy half-dollar struck the last few years who will be putting their coins in the registry and starting registry sets. But both series are so popular for all the right reasons because there are so many dates that may be common in low-grade condition, but that become very rare in higher-grade uncirculated condition. There's a part here from the PCGS registry, which really explains it. This is the on the home page of the PCGS set registry. This is for the Franklin half-dollars, but it applies to the Kennedy half-dollars as well. And you can see at the bottom there, they have the all-time finest set, that EBL collection. That was a client of mine. He passed away many years ago, but that's the all-time finest Proof Franklin collection. But listen to what it says up above here about just the Franklin half-dollars. But again, this applies also to the Kennedy half-dollars. Wow, has this become a popular set? The Proof Franklin series is a mixed bag of rarities and ultra-common coins. Again, there are many coins that are really common and low grade, but depending on the condition and amount of cameo contrast that you are seeking, at the present time, over 900 sets could potentially be assembled in Proof 65 or better grade, but only one set could be put together in Proof 65 deep cameo or better. Highest possible grade, greatest degree of cameo contrast, a combination of the two, whatever your pleasure. This short series can introduce you to the joys of collecting without breaking the bank. And there it adds, for more information on this series, refer to Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era by Rick Tomaska. Very nice of them to put that in. I helped them assemble the PCGS set registry. Today, I've got three of the most important dates in the Mint State Kennedy series, folks. This is big. This is huge. I've got the 1964P, the 1964D, and the 1970D Kennedy half-dollars. I have them in MS-65 and MS-66 condition. This is really, really important. I want you to take a look at those. These 3 dates in 6.5. To just get these in 6.5 condition. 64p, folks. Fascinating. The original plan was to only strike about 90 million of these, but the demand was so great for this coin, everybody in the country was putting away a Kennedy half dollar when they would find it in circulation. You see, President Kennedy was assassinated in late November of 1963. The entire nation participated in the entire tragic events that unfolded, the funeral procession, his burial. Every night the entire nation. This is the first tragedy in the history of our country in the age of television. So when this Kennedy half dollar came out, it was hoarded in such large numbers so that the mint had to strike more and more of these coins. And there you see the 64p and Ds. The original plan was to only strike about 90 million. They ended up striking over 400 million coins. But to find them in this condition, in 6.5 condition, this is where they're really special. In the last year of the Silver Kennedy half dollar series, this set includes, you have the first 2 years that were struck at 90% silver, and this last year of the Silver Mint State Kennedy half dollar series, the 1970D, when they only struck 2.15 million coins that were issued in mint sets. The lowest mintage Silver Mint State Kennedy. So you get these 3 key date issues. Now here's a chart I want you to take a look at. This is fascinating because if you look at the mintages after 1964, at the very top there, for the 64p and D, well, Philadelphia Mint had only struck 87 million Kennedy half dollars in 1964. In Denver, they struck 114 million. But again, they needed to meet the demand out there. All these coins were being salted away. So for the first time, to my knowledge, in the history of the mint, they continued to strike these coins on 90% silver planchets in 1965. At the same time, they were striking 65 dated Kennedys on 40% silver planchets, but they were continued to strike these 64 Ps and Ds on 90% silver planchets in 1965, and they even continued the P mints into 1966. Until they eventually struck a grand total of 273 million coins for the 64p and 156 million for the 64D. Now at the very bottom, the 70D was only issued in mint sets, like you see here. Now this was before the age of numeric grading and the Sheldon grading scale. The mint was not concerned about quality. The coins were struck, dumped into bins. When you ordered a set and you received your coins, they came in these cellophane envelopes. They were treated just like any other mint state coins. Your 70D would be uncirculated, but it would have numerous bag marks. You could see there deep gouges in the middle of his face and along his lower jawline. This is probably about a mint state 63, mint state 64 coin. Here's the bottom line. To get them in MS65, these coins become fairly scarce. The 64p and D are the least rare of the group. The 64p you can find in MS65. It's easier to find than the 64D. 64D, they just have more bag marks. But even 64Ps, when they appear, they're usually really unattractive. Here's a typical 64P. They usually have unattractive toning. They go for anywhere from $75 to $200. As you can see here, your typical toning. The 64D, on the other hand, often goes for considerably more. It's a tougher coin. Now, these are some high prices, but it's not unusual to see these kinds of prices. Here's some 64Ds in MS65. Here's one for $1,000. The dealer with 100% positive feedback. You know, that's a high price. That's a premium price, no doubt about it. But here's one. Here's another one that's even more from that Discovery bag, that first day of issue Discovery bag in MS65. That was $2,000. The fact is, it's really hard to get these coins in MS65 in higher grade condition. You take a look at that chart, and how few have been graded in MS-65, but then when you get to the MS-66 grade, you take a look at it. Now the 64P, there's around 3,000 examples, not a major rarity. 64D, only 1,288 examples. And the 70D, 229 coins. Now the best way I can give you some kind of appreciation for the rarity of that coin is to compare it to that 41S Walker you see at the bottom. When you're talking about the Mint State Walking Liberty halves from 1941 to 1947, the rarest date in high-grade condition is the 41S. You can see only about 1,000 have been graded in 6.5, but then in 6.6, only 277 coins, and 47 in 6.7. But it's not as rare as the 1970D Kennedy in high-grade condition. And here's a 41S in 6.6. This is the going price for MS-66 1941S. $3,450 for a 41S in MS-66. Now, these coins are all signature series. In other words, they meet my standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. You look at these 6.6s and 6.5s, every one will be a beautiful, brilliant specimen, extremely clean for the date and grade. Take a look at the 64Ps. These coins are amazing. In signature series, folks, this is the highest grade I can offer. Take a look at these coins. They're amazing. I can't tell you how many, and this is the most common date there, the 64P. I've only certified 72 in MS-66. The next date is the 64D. Only 34 certified. And I buy every beautiful 70D I can get my hands on. I've got a grand total of 25 in MS-66. I currently have only about 15 of these sets I can offer in MS-66 condition. Take a look at this 70D, folks. This is the highest grade I currently have in stock. The one I had, the cover coin of my 4th edition, was an MS-67 that sold for, I believe, $18,000. And here's a 66. It's spectacular. Here's what you can get today. The 1964P, you can see there. If you want a 1964P in MS-65, they're only $95 a coin. $95 a coin for a 64P in MS-65 condition. Only $95 for a beautiful MS-65. The 1964D, about twice as rare as the 64P. Really tough to get. The Denver Mint coins are just really, really baggy. These are only $129. And then the 70D, ultra low mintage, toughest coin in MS-65, is only $149. Now, if you want to get the entire set, I'll throw in the 4th edition soft cover of my book, which is a $29 value. The total comes to over $400. You can get the entire 3-coin set with a book, the soft cover edition, for only $349 for the 3-coin set. Now the ultimate set. And if you get the ultimate set, the MS-66 set, this is the highest grade I can offer these 3 coins in. MS-66 brilliant condition. The 64P by itself is only $235. The 64D is $459. And finally, the 70D, the ultra rare 70D, MS-66, is $1,049. Again, a coin that's rarer than the 41S Walker in MS-66 is $1,049. However, I've got a special. If you get the 3-coin set, these 3 key dates in MS-66 condition, you'll also get a signed limited edition guidebook, numbered with a very, very low number, numbered below 200, signed hardcover, under 200. You'll get the 3-coin set. It's my Get You Started Off on the Right Foot special, all 3 coins with the book for only $1,595 for all 3 coins. This is the best I can do, folks. This is the highest grade set I am able to put together today of these coins in brilliant condition, my Signature Series special with the autographed book. This is a special, special opportunity. Again, these very rare, the earliest Kennedy half dollars, struck on silver planchets. The 64 P&D struck on 90% silver planchets. And then from 1965 to 1970, they struck them on 40% silver planchets. And after 1970, they were struck just on clad cupro nickel planchets with no silver content. So the 70D was the last of the silver Kennedys. It's the lowest mintage silver Kennedy. Only 2.15 million originally struck. Most of these coins are extremely baggy. The entire set can be yours for all 2 payments of only $797.50. Look at this coin. You know, I have gone through, I can't tell you how many hundreds and thousands of Kennedy half dollars, how many hundreds of thousands of original rolls. We had an original bag of 1964 D Kennedy half dollars. We had an original bag of 2,000 coins, folks, about 3 years ago. An original bag of 64 Ds that had been sitting in somebody's safe for about 60 years. Think about this, almost 60 years. We had the entire bag graded. These coins had been just sitting stagnant in the bag. They hadn't been ferried around. They hadn't been shipped from bank to bank or from collector to collector or from show to show. They'd been sitting stagnant, unmolested for decades. We had every coin graded. And out of the 2,000 coins, only 136 graded MS-65, 4 graded MS-66. This is an original bag, none higher. That's how rare these coins are. And that was an original bag. There are very few original bags like that. And when you do find them again, most of the coins are extremely baggy. They'll grade anywhere between MS-62 and MS-64. About 85% of them will grade in that range. 6.5s represent a little over 5% if you get an original bag. It's the same thing if you can get an original roll. They're just incredibly baggy coins. Here, for example, are some 64 Ps that are just typical. This one has model toning and a lot of marks along his neck there. Here's another one. These are what you find in original rolls. And these are, you know, the nice BU coins. These are nice BU coins, but you can see, again, a lot of marks along the cheek and around his head. You'll find deep gouges quite often. Here's one with an extremely deep scuff in front of his face. You can see there as I tilt it, you see that really deep scuff by the Ellen Liberty. Big fingerprint on the coin. So, you know, these coins, again, they didn't receive special treatment. So to get a survivor in MS-65 is really, really special. So we have these today, the 3-coin set, 64P. Once again, if you just tuned in, this is a Get You Started Off on the Right Foot special, celebrating the 4th edition of the Guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. The 64P is available for only $95 in Signature Series MS-65, a beautiful, brilliant specimen. The 64D, only $129. The 70D, only $149. And with the 4th edition of the soft cover, that comes to over $400. But my get you started off on the right foot special price today is only $349 for this set. $349. That includes the soft cover edition. But then my top of the line set, and we've got people calling in for the top of the line set. And again, I have fewer than 15 of the top of the line MS66 coins to start with because of the rarity of the 64D and especially the 1970D. This chart shows all the NGC coins, including all the, not just the Signature Series coins, but the Signature Series coins are a small percentage of this. But I want you to take a look at the MS66 populations on this chart here, and you'll see how rare these are. The 64P is the most common, about 3,000 graded in MS66, but again, at least half of those are unattractively toned. Beautiful, brilliant specimens, maybe 1,000. 64D, much rarer, only 1,200 graded, maybe 300-400 are beautiful, brilliant specimens, Signature Series quality. But then the 70D, only 229 coins, rarer than a 41S Walker that sells for $3,000-$4,000. And the entire 3-coin set with a limited edition is only $1,595. Another set of 3 has gone out. Another set of 3, that's one less set that I have. Again, the real stopper here is the 70D, although the 64D I'm very low on as well. I have fewer than 20 1964Ds in MS66. It's a really difficult coin to get in this kind of very high grade. We're talking about a coin, folks, that borders on perfection. To get these early Kennedy half dollars this close to perfect, this is what it's all about, folks. To get these early Kennedys so close to perfection. Remember that original bag we had, the 64Ds. There were only 3 coins that graded MS66 out of that original bag of 2,000 coins. An original bag that was sitting in somebody's closet or safe for almost 60 years. Only 3 coins that graded MS66. That's how tough that is from an original bag. And here's a beautiful, brilliant MS66, nice clean cheek, a couple insignificant ticks below his ear. And then the 70D MS66, just spectacular. The entire set, 2 payments of only $797.50. That includes a limited special edition. So last call on this. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. This is what collecting is all about. When you can get coins with exceptional eye appeal, tremendous condition rarity, at a real collector-friendly price that have so much future potential. And that's what this series is all about. That's what this guidebook is all about, the 4th edition. We are working on our encyclopedia of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. That's still a ways off, but this guidebook is the perfect roadmap to build that Kennedy collection that you can build today. You can build a spectacular collection in MS65 or MS66 at a real collector-friendly price. Now's the time to do it, folks. These coins aren't getting any easier to find. They're not getting any cheaper. Thank you for watching. Please stay tuned. I'll be right back with some other great selections for you tonight.
I'm the luckiest guy in the whole entire world. I say that every single time I appear on TV with a great coin. So that means every time I come on the air. This one is something really, really special. Now, I'm not trying to say that all the other ones are not. I feel this one because you all know, right? We live in sort of uncertain times right now. Most everything is ground to a halt. And, our economy, and that includes our United States mints. Production is virtually non-existent at the moment. So something very interesting has come to light. Since the government is not producing these coins that we love, and everybody is interested in silver, precious metals rule the world right now. And I think it dates back to that old tradition, that original tradition of the precious metals, gold and silver, being the original forms of money. For thousands of years, pretty much since the beginning of recorded history, mankind has viewed gold and silver as money. And in fact, and you all know this, which is the reason why we all collect coins right now, back in the day, if you want to call it that, whenever a note, a piece of paper money, a currency was issued by our government, it was backed by real precious metal on deposit in the Treasury. And that used to be the law. And right now, there's more demand for silver today than in the history, in total history. There has never been as much demand for silver as there is right this second. So when you couple that with the fact that all the minting facilities all around the world are pretty much shut down at a time when demand for the product that they produce is at an all-time high, it leads us where we are right now. You're about to see something that shouldn't exist, because this never happens. Now, as it turns out, our government has been sitting on some pretty valuable coins. We did not know this. It's not something they tell anybody. You all have heard of Fort Knox in Kentucky. Well, there is another place where precious metal is stored in New York. Today it's a mint. It's the West Point Mint. But back in 1938, it was a bullion depository. Right now, even today, virtually a quarter of all the gold the United States possesses is stored at the West Point Depository. In 1988, West Point became a minting facility, a full-fledged mint. And they began striking coins. And some of the most famous coins come from the West Point Mint. Move over, because what you are about to see, as I said, is actually from a government hoard. These coins were put away by your government, our government, my government, in 2017. And it's come to light in 2020 because of all the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and because of the demand for silver. The United States government has virtually admitted they've been sitting on some very special coins. And these coins, because of demand that is insatiable, these coins are now being released by the United States of America. They happen to be silver dollars. Now, when I think of a silver dollar hoard that the government was sitting on, my thoughts immediately go back to the great GSA hoard, the Carson City silver dollars. About 3 million of these coins were released between 1970 and 1980 to the American public because of pent-up demand. Today, a silver dollar that has been kept under wraps, that has been hidden away in the United States depository at the West Point Mint in West Point, New York. These are all silver dollars of the highest quality. They're proof silver dollars. They're specially struck coins, generally, well, not even generally, all the time, struck for the demanding tastes of collectors. See, these coins have got to be perfect, eye perfect, and perfect in general, because they are the calling card. They are the normal design or the regular design of the bullion issues struck on a collector dollar. These are part of the great 2020 West Point Mint hoard. Now, the coins are dated 2017, and they're each and every one a perfect silver dollar. Now, the first thing you're going to notice about the label is that these are 2017 West Point Silver Eagles. So they didn't have to move them far. They struck them at West Point, and then they stashed them away. And I guess the government was figuring they would stash some coins away for a rainy day. Nobody was aware that in the United States Mint reserves, there were some very special 2017 American Eagle silver dollars. And a small quantity of these have been graded by the graders, by the great grading services, in a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo designated on the label from the 2020 West Point Mint hoard. Here is why that is so significant. Please take a look. I like to do this in almost every presentation where we really are summing up a particular series, in this case, the American Silver Eagles. And what we're talking about here are all of the proof issues, beginning in 1986 when the series began. And if you keep reading, it won't be long before you get to a certain line in red. But before you do, I want you to take a look a little bit closer to the top where you'll see the same date, 2017 W. And you cast your eyes across there and you'll see a figure, 400,287. What you're about to see is a separate mintage, and the grading services have acknowledged and designated these special coins that were just released by the West Point Mint from the United States Silver Reserves. Now, this is an expression that you have not heard since the 1970s, when the United States sold off their silver strategic stockpile. Now, if you've been around long enough, you'll remember those days when we had silver in the very same depository as these coins came from, and the government decided they were going to sell off the reserves. And you know why? Because the government actually needed the money to add to the Treasury, to add to the revenue. And very similar situation now has arisen. Everything is ground to a halt. The mint can't produce any coins. They can't sell any. These coins were never meant for release. They were meant for the melting pot. We talk about the great European bank hoards all the time, and the amazing fact that all that great gold was never meant to exist. It was meant to be melted. And the same for these coins, but it didn't happen because of circumstances. So take a look at how many coins are in this issue. 151,000, and take a look at how far down on the list this great hoard of 2017 West Point struck United States silver dollars exists. 151,447. A separate mintage. Only a small amount of these exist. Virtually every coin has been certified and sold off. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but there is a stampede, a mad rush to get silver dollars, to get silver today. What you are looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, is the highest grade in one of the most unusual hoards ever discovered, right in our own government vaults. These were virtually struck on the coining presses. And by the way, these proof dollars are double struck, at least double struck, each and every single one, from the highest quality dies and coining blanks. And that's why a few have graded absolute perfect. They are the ultimate, a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. If you have never had the opportunity to own a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo United States silver dollar, wait till you see these. You'll get lost in the mirrored field in the background and the detail of the figure of liberty. And on the reverse, the heraldic eagle are unprecedented detail. Detail you just don't see unless you own a perfect silver dollar. And everybody's going to get the opportunity now to own a silver dollar with our exclusive label, recognized by NGC as being a separate mintage of just about 151,000, making this a very, very low minted year, a special label designating it as the West Point Mint Hoard. Newspaper articles have been written about this, ladies and gentlemen. We have them. Now, here's the thing. While they last, we're offering all collectors an opportunity to stock up on these coins. Now, folks, these are not $400 or $495 or $395. You can purchase one right now for $199.95. $199.95 for one. The label has been hand-signed by John McConty. He is the designer of the reverse. The obverse is the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design recreated on this amazing silver dollar with detail like you have never seen before. The artistry, the mastery of sculpting has all come together on this coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade. So they didn't have to go far to store them. They struck them at the West Point Mint, and they stored them in the Silver Reserve vaults. These are all dated 2017, but released literally like a minute ago. Almost every coin is spoken for. There are still some left, and every one that can be graded has been graded, folks. You are looking at the ultimate. $199.95. Now, here's the deal. We're offering 5 of these coins. These will never be seen again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a historic offering, a hoard from our own government. You just don't see these days. This is what you see in the old numismatic encyclopedias. You look at the GSA hoard that was discovered in the early 60s and brought to the public, marketed during the 1970s. A hoard like this never comes around. This really should have been put back in the silver bars. 5 coins at $197 each. Or 10. You can purchase 10 of these coins for $195 a piece. $1,950. And I would do this if I was you, take the opportunity to split this into the 2 payments we offer, 2 payments of $975. So, $199.95 for one single coin. $197 a piece, $985 for 5 coins. And 10 at $1,950. It's $195 a coin. You can break that up into 2 equal payments of $975. So now we got the money talk out of the way. And I started looking at the history of the West Point Mint, and it opened up in 1938 as strictly a bullion depository where the raw metal would be stored to be struck into coins at a later date. By 1942, the government was actually loaning silver out, what they call a lend-lease. So you would pay a certain interest rate to borrow silver and then repay it back. This was done at the mint, at the depository. By 1973, they started striking Lincoln pennies to help out the other mints, to help with the overflow. By 1976, they had started striking the bicentennial quarter. In 1980, gold began to get struck at the West Point Depository. The gold medals, the American Arts Medallions. By 1988, the depository at West Point was designated a full-fledged mint. 1988. By 1997, the first platinum By 2000, the first bimetal coin ever issued, that was gold and platinum. And by 2017, the first palladium came from West Point. So West Point got a long history. But in its history, there has never been a West Point Mint Hoard release. And the great thing about it, ladies and gentlemen, for 3 years, these coins were undisturbed. When they were finally released to us and graded in the perfect grade of Proof 70 Ultra Cameo with the Mercanti signature, this was big news. Newspaper articles, mainstream media. You know, everybody loves that hunt for the elusive, that hunt for the perfect, the greatest finds. Well, this hoard right here is going to rank right up there, but it's a little different than all the others. This was a deposit, a hoard of coins nobody knew about. We didn't know the mint was putting aside coins. When you look at the original mintage of the 2017 from West Point, the Proof Silver Eagle, there's over 400,000 coins. This one has a tiny fraction of that, 151,000 coins, all designated on the label as a separate mintage, a unique period of time when a release like this was mandatory because of the demand for the precious metal of silver. Because all Americans, it seems, all of us, want that silver dollar. We want to go back to that strength of the mighty silver in the form of a dollar. But listen to this. Unlike any hoard ever discovered, every one of these coins that we're pleased to offer are in absolute perfect condition, third-party graded, and every single one of them is graded by a committee of at least 3 expert graders. And every one comes to the consensus of a perfect grade. So these silver dollars have been checked, double-checked, and triple-checked, agreed upon by the immense grade of Proof 70, and then offered out. And talk about gone. What we have remaining, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Virtually every coin has been graded. Virtually every coin is spoken for. Virtually every collector in the entire United States of America. And don't forget, millions of silver eagles are currently in collections of coin collectors. It is the most popular silver dollar the U.S. has ever made. So when word gets out that there's a minuscule amount in comparison to all the coins that have ever been issued, 151,000 United States silver dollars struck as proof, struck for the collector, struck a minimum of 2 times under extra pressure to bring out detail you would never see before on a regular issue. These are the coins that are in this hoard on top of everything. And think about it. These coins could have been damaged. They could have been rejects. They could have been all scratched up. They could have just been stored away for melting. But instead, they were the finest quality, right? Unbelievable. And we have them in a perfect grade. This really excites me. I'll tell you why I get so excited about this. Because I love silver dollars. I love collecting Morgans. I love collecting peace dollars. Anytime there is a silver dollar issue from the United States of America, I'm going to be there to grab one. So when I find out that there is a unique hoard that was really sitting under our own noses at a time like this when everybody wants the ultimate strength of silver in the form of a dollar, our traditional United States silver dollar in a perfect grade, there's only 151,000. That's the total amount. In terms of a perfect grade, just a fraction. For $199.95 for one coin. 5 coins for $985. $197 a coin. How about a lot of 10? Each one of these will come with this West Point label. Each one will be absolutely perfect and identical to the next. And each one of these coins, $195 each, $1,950. You can split it up into 2 equal payments. Now, we find that a lot of collectors want to do that because right now, you can lock up a lot of 10. Your name goes right on that box with your coins in it. It's going to have your name. It's going to say there are 10 perfect silver dollars from the West Point hoard. And you just think of this. I have some pretty good evidence of why you want a hoard coin. The great GSA hoard of United States silver dollars has gone down in history. And one of the reasons for that is the pedigree, is the fact that you can place that coin at that time in that holder and it's recorded. And, well, let me show you the difference. One of the greatest coins from the great GSA hoard was a Carson City silver dollar dated 1890. 1890 CC. It's a rare coin. Well, I found one that is in a mint state 64 deep mirror proof-like. That's a rare coin, folks. The coin, however, is no longer in its pedigree holder. It is not in the GSA holder that it was released in. And yet, that coin is $3,000. Now, I want you to look at an 1890 CC that is still in its GSA holder, still recorded as part of the hoard. And that last coin was a Mint State 64 deep mirror proof-like. This is a Mint State 62, not a proof-like or a deep mirror proof-like, but graded in the original GSA holder. Look at the price, $7,700. That right there is why these hoard coins, these designated labels, this proof that this coin came from that release is so important. We see that years later, the difference in price of $4,000. That's why this West Point hoard in perfect grade, designated on the label, recorded forever, is a piece of numismatic history that you don't want to let go. Because when these go away, that's the thing about hoards. There isn't another one waiting in the wings. They come out from nowhere, nobody knew, kind of a surprise. But if you're ready for this one, you're going to have something big. Because this is inside pricing. Less than $200 per coin in the ultimate grade, no matter how you get them. Whether you get 1, 5, or 10, you are getting a piece of history. The latest and the greatest in news from the U.S. Mint and from Rare Collectibles. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Rick Tomaska, and you're probably wondering why I'm so enthusiastic about Franklin half dollars. Well, let me show you. The Franklin half dollar was only minted for 16 years, from 1948 to 1963. That's already a short production life for a coin. And did you know that during those 16 years, there were barely more Franklin half dollars struck for all those years than for the first year of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar? Now, 400 million coins for the entire series is not a lot of coins when you consider these coins were made for commerce. They were spent. Not many of them are still in good shape today. What really gets me excited are the Franklin proof coins. Only 15,886,955 Franklin proof coins were minted for the entire series. Under 16 million coins for the entire series is not a lot of coins. But let's take a closer look at the numbers when trying to find a superb gem-proof Franklin. When I was writing my books on proof Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I discovered some secrets about Franklin half dollars, and I'll share them with you. So let's start with over 15 million coins. First of all, believe it or not, in the early 1980s, when silver was around $50 an ounce, dealers actually cut these special proof coins out of their packaging and sent them to the smelter to be melted for their silver. A conservative estimate is that at least 30% of the original proof Franklin struck no longer exist. So let's subtract all of those out of the equation. Well, it's easy to say that about 30% more of them have milk spots, like this. Milk spots are actually soap residue that was left on the coin blanks and stamped right into the coin. Those white spots never come off the coin. So let's subtract all of those out of the equation too. Then there are all those coins that are not going to get a very good grade because of hairline scratches. These were caused by the abrasive government packaging that these proof sets were sold in, or by improper handling by novice collectors when they removed the coins from the original government issue sets. So again, let's delete those out of the total. Another big problem with Franklin half dollars were dark spots like this. This happened on a lot of coins because, again, of the poor quality of the cellophane government packaging. Okay, let's take these out too. At this point, you're starting to wonder what else is wrong with these coins. Well, another problem caused by the packaging was bad toning, like this coin. Out you go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this leaves us with about 10% of the original number. You still think that 1.5 million is a lot of coins? That's for all the years minted. So if you want to get a proof Franklin half dollar from a certain year, now you're talking an estimated 100,000 relatively problem-free coins in each year that still exist. And if you look at how many of these Franklins have been certified by PCGS and NGC in the highest proof 67, 68, and 69 grades, you'll see the numbers are again even lower. Only about 1% of the total mintage have been graded in proof 67. About 1/3 of 1% have been graded in proof 68. And less than 1/10 of 1% have been graded in proof 69. The highest possible grade a coin can receive is a 70, and there has never been any Franklin ever graded in proof 70. Now you're seeing why I have been excited about proof Franklins for decades. These are very rare coins, and it seems that it's still a secret. I used to predict that someday a Franklin half would sell for over $100,000, and just recently it did. $129,250 in auction. And this coin wasn't even the rarest date in the series. High quality, rarity, and eye appeal are what I look for in a coin, and you should too. These Franklins have it all. So if you want a really high-end coin that has great future potential, you should look seriously at one of these spectacular proof Franklins that we offer at Rick's U.S. Coins. Welcome back, welcome back. I've got one more short presentation. This is on the proof Franklins. This is on the really early proof Franklins. The earliest years in the series were the vintage years, 1950, 1951, and 1952. Now, when I say the vintage years, here's a chart that shows the mintages of these first 3 dates. The mintages, folks, were under 100,000 coins. Think about that, under 100,000 coins back in 1950. 51,386 struck. 51, not many more. 52, 81,980. Now, it doesn't get until the mid-late 50s where you really see those mintages escalate. And that is because as our country was coming out of World War II, we had this growing middle class like the world had never seen. And people who had just started families were able to own their own homes. They were able to have a car. They had a TV. I mean, there was a growing middle class like the world had never seen. And so people were able to pursue their passions. And collecting was a huge passion. So you had a tremendous growth in collecting. And you look at that as it's reflected in the mintages of proof sets by the U.S. Mint. Here, 1951, they only issued or had orders for 57,500 sets. A decade later, 1961, over 3 million. Now, as importantly, those first 5 years I call the box set era, because not only were the coins struck in minuscule mintages, but they issued the sets. Here they went to all this work to create a proof coin. A proof coin is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they take the finest dies and they prepare them and polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. And they give the coin blanks a polishing treatment as well. And then they slowly feed those blanks into the die and they strike them twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, or a mint state coin is dumped to a bin, a proof coin is individually handled and put in its own compartment. And then those proof dies are only used to strike 2,000 or 3,000 coins before they're replaced. A mint state die might strike 50 to 100,000 coins before it's replaced. So proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. So here the Mint's going to all this work. And in 1950, they hadn't struck proof coins since 1942. So it was a lost art. The people they had working at the Mint in 1950 didn't know that much about the making of proof coins. And so the quality of the 1950, as I write in my first book, was abysmal. And here's what I briefly say about the 1950. It is astonishing that one could look at U.S. proofs made in the mid and late 1800s, when the Industrial Revolution was in its infancy, and find them with lovely deep mirrors, full strikes, and gorgeous frosted cameo devices. Then look at proof Franklins made in the early 1950s, when U.S. technology was leading the world, and find them with shallow mirrors, pitted devices, and every form of horrendous die polishing imaginable. And that's the truth. And so, on top of it, then they had this horrible packaging, this box set packaging. This is a 1953 box set. Sent insured mail, minimum fee, as you can see here, the original box. And this is how they packaged them. They wrapped them in tissue paper, and each coin would be in its own cellophane envelope, as you see here. And the staple would rust, and bits of rust would break off and abrade against the coin, and the cellophane was very brittle and would abrade against the coin as well. On top of that, because they were brittle, the heaviest coins would typically eventually break out of the cellophane packaging and just be loose in the box, like this $50. And you can see this 1953 half, even though it was an original packaging, because of the packaging, the coin is in horrible, horrible condition. It's maybe a proof 62, proof 63 with very unsightly toning. And so you had all these things conspiring. You had the low mintages, the low level of craftsmanship that all conspire to make the 50, 51, and 52 really rare. And what I have today are these first 3 years of the series. I have fewer than 10 of each in proof 66 in signature series, which means I've hand-selected these coins for the finest possible eye appeal for their date and grade, folks. These are really rare. Take a look at these. Look at that 1950. It's as pristine as the day it was struck. No unsightly toning, no spotting. It's absolutely pristine, proof 66. These are phenomenal grades. The next coin I have is a 1951. The 1951, almost as rare as the 1950 in proof 66. And then the last coin in this set, look at this coin. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, deeply mirrored. This is what I look for, coins with really beautiful deep mirrors, no spots, no unsightly scratches, no distractions, just beautiful, deeply mirrored coins, top quality pieces. And it's very hard to find Franklin's in proof 66 like this in this condition, because usually they're proof 66s because they have some unsightly toning or some bad spotting or some really excessive hairlining. I could not find a comp on a really nice proof 66. Here's just a few comps of some proof 65s, just to give you an idea what some of these are going for. These are proof 65s, not proof 66s, folks. Here's a 1950 in proof 65 condition that's sold in auction. The buyer's fee there, with the buyer's fee. The winning bid is $1,900, but there's a buyer's fee. The coin sold for $2,137 in proof 65 in auction. This signature series 1950 I have in proof 66. I have for you today for $2,395. A proof 66 for $2,395. Or you can get it on the 2-payment plan, half down today of $1,197.50. Now the second coin, the 1951. Here's an auction comp of a 1951 in proof 65 condition for $2,250 in proof 65, folks. I have a proof 66 today. Again, I have fewer than 10 of each of these. Take a look at this proof 66. It's not $27.95 or $22.95. It's based on my cost, not on what the market will bear. $1,395. $1,395. It also is available on the 2-payment plan of only $697.50 down today. And finally, the 1952. Here's one. There's a proof 66 example, $2,450 for a proof 66. I'm able to offer on a limited time basis. Again, I have fewer than 10 of each. I have the proof 66s available for only $749. $749. Now you add all that up, and that comes to $4,539. But if you get the set, we have the entire 3-coin proof set. $45.39 is a great price. It's already below market for superior coins in my signature series label. For a limited time basis, it's not $45.39 or $43.39 or $42.95. $3,995 for the 3-coin set. The key dates of the series, the first 3 years, the rarest 3 years in superior proof condition. And it's available on our 2-payment plan. Put half down today of $1,997.50 and the balance in 30 days, and you will own these first 3 key dates of the Franklin half-dollar series in superb proof 66 condition. This is just a spectacular set. Take a look at this. The 50, again, if you just want the 1950, it is available for $2,395, or you can get it on the 2-payment plan, half down today of $1,197.50. The 1951 is only $1,395. It also is available on the 2-payment plan of only $697.50 down today. And finally, the 1952 is only $749. But you get the set and you save over $500 off those already great prices, the entire set. Just a down payment of $1,997.50. You know, if you look on the PCGS website, this says it all, folks. Wow. Has this become a popular set? The Proof Franklin series is a mixed bag of rarities and ultra-common coins, depending on the condition and the amount of cameo contrast that you are seeking. At the present time, over 900 sets could potentially be assembled in Proof 65 or better grade, but only one set could be put together in Proof 65 Deep Cameo or better. Highest possible grade, greatest degree of cameo contrast, a combination of the two. Whatever your pleasure, this short series can introduce you to the joys of collecting without breaking the bank. And then it adds, for more information on this series, refer to Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era by Rick Tomaska, which is, by the way, again, why we are coming out with the revised second edition of this book, which will have all the information of the first edition, but we just added a chapter or two on it, and it'll be out in by the end of the year, the revised second edition, because there are so many more collectors of these coins. And I just have a few dozen of these original books left. You know, I originally had 7,000 that I had printed, but there are so many collectors, and Caitlin will show you how many collectors just over the last 10 years. The number of collectors collecting Franklin half dollars in the PCGS and NGC registries has almost tripled, as you see down at the bottom. 6,800 collectors today, compared to the Walking Liberty halves, around 3,300. And there you see the Kennedy half dollars, 8,800 collectors. And it's understandable you'll see more Kennedy half dollar collectors because the fact that the Kennedy half dollar was first struck in 1964 and it's still being struck today. So you have collectors who are buying the latest proof sets, and in the latest proof set they'll have a Kennedy half dollar. And so they'll enter it into the registry, and they'll become a registry member because the Kennedy half dollar is still being struck today. The Franklin half dollar, however, was last struck in 1963. It's that early classic era. And here I've got this 3-coin set. Just a limited time offer. We've already sold several of these sets, but the entire 3-coin set for only 2 payments of $1,997.50. Thank you for watching this short presentation. Again, I had fewer than 10 of these sets to start. We still have a few left. I hope you can take advantage of this offer, folks. These are the key dates in this series. The first Franklin struck in proof in simply extraordinary condition.
What's your favorite coin?
Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels,
American Silver Eagles,
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters,
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas,
Steel Cent,
Liberty Head, and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era,
Cap Bust Halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Today, I have an irresistible pre-sale offer for you on a set of coins that is all but guaranteed to sell out immediately upon its release. This means right now, you can guarantee yourself a set of coins that most people will completely miss out on. This is a moment of opportunity that is not afforded to most people, and you've managed to come across it out of sheer luck. Right now, you can pre-order a set of the most historic and highly collectible silver dollars available in U.S. history. Coins struck from pure 999 fine silver. And they come from a coin series that started in 2021, but really in 1878, depending how you look at it. But since the rebirth of these coins in 2021, nearly every single release has sold out instantly. But luck is on your side today, because right now you can secure your 2024 Morgan & Peace silver dollars in perfect, mint state 70 condition. And this is a limited pre-sale offer from Rare Collectibles TV. Over the course of U.S. history, there have only been an elite few presidents with a numismatic vision. There was 26th President Theodore Roosevelt, whose passion and commitment led to the creation of the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle in 1907, a coin that to this day is still considered the most beautiful U.S. coin ever to be produced, a coin that inspired the Renaissance of American coinage of the early 1900s, that redesigned all of our coins with the most artistic designs ever and forever changed the numismatic landscape of our great country. Then there was 40th President Ronald Reagan, who in an unprecedented act of patriotism returned silver to the American people after it was removed from our coinage in 1964. By signing the Liberty Coin Act in 1986, President Ronald Reagan breathed life into the American Silver Eagle series, America's first pure silver coin, and it was struck from American mined silver, a series that revived the Renaissance-era design of Adolph Wyman's Walking Liberty. For the past 30 years, the American Silver Eagle series has been the standard around the world for both bullion and numismatic silver. But then, in 2021, 45th President Donald Trump signed the 1921 Silver Dollar Coin Anniversary Act, reviving the two most popular silver dollars ever produced in American history. The Morgan dollar, 100 years after its mintage ended in 1921, and the Peace dollar, another coin from Roosevelt's Renaissance era, 100 years after its mintage began in 1921. And the demand for these modern Morgan & Peace silver dollars was just off the charts. These coins even surpassed Reagan's American Silver Eagle in demand. That's because since their revival in 2021, these modern Morgan & Peace silver dollars have consistently had incredibly low mintages. Not only are these coins struck from pure silver, but they're also incredible numismatic rarities. And the thing about these 2024 coins, I wasn't even sure if there'd be enough silver to produce these coins. If you go back to 2022, demand for the Morgan & Peace silver dollars was incredibly high. It was off the charts, but the U.S. Mint couldn't even supply them. They couldn't even get enough silver to make the coins. It wasn't possible at that time, given the resources available. So the 2022 examples were put on a hiatus. They were never created, and the series was brought back in 2023. But given everything going on in the world today, silver is getting much, much rarer to come across. So the 2024 Morgan & Peace dollars were far from a guarantee. It makes sense because silver is one of the most reliable precious metals on the planet. We're talking about a precious metal that's been a reliable and trusted storehouse of wealth over thousands of years. Some of the greatest civilizations of all time. Silver has been tested time and time again, and its value has held up over that test. With governments around the world currently accumulating debt at a record rate, humanity is once again turning to silver for its established value. And that's not even taking into account the massive industrial demand for silver. I mean, silver is needed for automobiles, electronics, solar technology. This new surge has pushed silver to over $32 an ounce in May of 2024. That's about 40% higher than it was in 2023. So I was really questioning if the U.S. Mint would even be able to produce 2024 Morgan and Peace dollars for collectors. Would there be another permanent gap in our collections like there was in 2022? Well, I'm happy to say the U.S. Mint was miraculously able to acquire enough silver to strike the Morgan and Peace dollars in 2024. But the numbers of coins they're striking are minuscule. For these mint state coins, just 275,000. The same mintage as the 2023 coins, which instantly sold out. The time to guarantee your 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars, struck from 9999 fine pure silver, is right now during this pre-sale. Now remember, the Mint normally strikes coins based on demand. Normally, if they get orders for 10 million coins, they make 10 million coins. But they limited the mintage of these coins, creating instant rarities. They could have easily made millions of these coins. If they only would have made 1 million of these coins, I would have been ecstatic. I mean, that'd be great. I mean, even at 1 million coins, these would have been some of the rarest Morgan and Peace silver dollars ever made. Some of the lowest mintages. Only 275,000 of these 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars are being released. And that's not even considering how few of these coins will grade in a perfect 70. The coins I'm offering are in perfect 70 grade. Very few of these coins are going to end up in these perfect mint state 70 holders. Think about it. 10, 20 years from now, you're going to thank yourself for buying this set. This is going to be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And let me show you what happened to the value of some of these coins over the past few years. We're originally offering these sets back in 2021 when the first coins came out. And let me show you. We were selling those sets for $2,695. Look, here's an invoice. This person bought 2 sets, $26.95 per set. Here's another one, $2,695. Today, these sets that were $2,695, these sets are selling for $5,000 and more. Here's an invoice from November of 2023, $4,995. In 2 years, the value of those sets has practically doubled. And look what other people are offering these sets for. It's much higher. Look, here's some other dealers. $5,500 for that set. This dealer's asking $6,000. Here's one, $6,800. I mean, these sets are $6,800 today. And when we compare these 2024 Mint State Morgan and Peace silver dollars to the Classic series, I mean, we're talking about some incredibly low mintage rarities. I mean, coins with mintages of just 275,000 coins. These easily rank among the rarest in the series. Let's look at that original era of the Morgan dollar and look at those mintages. 1921, they struck over 44 million Morgan dollars. This whole first page is above 10 million till we get to that last one. We finally dip below 10 million coins struck. Here's page 2. These mintages all above 5 million coins, 96S there. We get to page 3. Now we're getting some rare coins here. Mintages below 5 million. You've got some of these rare Carson City coins. Mintages below 2-3 million coins here. Getting to some rare coins. Then the final page. These are most of the real key date rarities to the series. It's not till we get down to the bottom that we see any mintages lower than the 275,000 that are being struck for these 2024 coins. When you compare the average mintage of a Morgan dollar in that classic era from 1878 to 1921 was about 6.8 million coins. 2024, again, only 275,000 coins struck. So it is a minuscule mintage. And you'll see the same thing for the Peace dollars. Peace dollar was a smaller series, only 24 issues back in the early 20th century. But you'll see the same trend. Mintages starting at 50 million in 1922, 30 million in 1923. We go down the chart here. We dip below 10 million here. There's some rare coins in this set. And we get down to the bottom, 1928. The lowest key date of that original era, Still much higher than the 275,000 coins being struck for 2024. And again, we compare that to the average mintage. The average mintage for the Peace Dollar series, almost 8 million coins. Again, we are so far below that at 275,000 coins for this. And when you look at some of the key dates to these series, holy moly, you're going to be shocked at what some of the original Morgan and Peace dollars bring. Here's an 1893S, famous key date to the series. This one sold for $600,000 at auction. Here's in 1928. Again, 1928, key date. Mintage on that coin is very low, but still 360,000. Almost 100,000 more of these were struck than the coins I have today. This finest known example sold for $129,000 in auction. If these sets I had here were being offered for $1,000, I'd say you'd be getting a great deal. We could sell these sets like hotcakes, but that just is not our philosophy here at Rare Collectibles TV. I don't want to offer you coins based on just what the market will bear and get the most money I could possibly get for the coins. I want to offer you rarities based on my cost. I want to give you a collector-friendly price. These are such historic coins. I hope everyone watching here today is able to acquire one of these sets. So today, for a limited time, I can offer these 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars struck from 999 fine pure silver. Coins that almost weren't even produced by the U.S. Mint. Signed into law by 45th President Donald Trump in 2021. Each coin in perfect mint state 70 condition. A mintage of only 275,000 coins. The same mintage as the 2023 examples. And guess what happened to the 2023 coins? They were an instant sellout. And today you have an opportunity to guarantee your examples during Rare Collectibles TV's limited pre-sale event. Again, even at $1,000, this would be a great price. $750 would be a price to acquire as many sets as possible. But today, these coins are available on this pre-sale for less than $500. Just $399 right now. It's less than $200 a coin. Again, these 2024 examples have mintages of just 275,000 coins. The same mintage as the 2023 coins. And each and every one of those examples sold out instantly. And if you order right now, Rare Collectibles TV can offer a special quantity of these coins while supplies last. Again, these coins are in limited supply, but we do not want you to miss out on this epic release of iconic 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars. For right now, we have an offer of 5 sets of these pure silver coins for just $1,945. That's only $389 per set. We even have a 2-payment plan. Put half down now of $972.50, and we'll store these national treasures for you in our vault. Pay the balance in 30 days, and we will ship these magnificent sets out to you. If you want 10 of these magical sets, it will be $3,790. That's just $379 per set. Just 2 payments of $1,895. That's a total of 20 coins in perfect condition. If you want to take advantage of these quantity offers, act now. This is only while supplies last, and these coins will certainly not last long. The time to act is now, during this pre-sale. In 2 years, there's no telling how much these coins might cost. But today, it's a guaranteed price, under $200 a coin. I'll say it again, everyone. This 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollar set is something that every American should own. 999 fine silver, low mintage coins, so rare that 99.9% of Americans won't even have the opportunity to acquire them. These sets contain some of the only Morgan and Peace silver dollars ever to be graded in perfect 70 condition. And if you're wondering, what does that perfect 70 grade mean? In numismatics, we grade coins using what's called the Sheldon scale. It's a 70-point scale. That's how we determine the quality of a coin. The lowest coins on that scale grade a 1. That's a coin you can barely even recognize what it is. But then there's 70. and 70 is the absolute highest possible grade. That means it is a flawless coin. When it comes to those antique, those classic Morgan and Peace silver dollars, there has never been a coin graded in perfect 70 condition. It's so rare even to get coins graded above a 65. That's a rare grade, but there's never been a perfect 70 grade. And that's what's so special about these coins that we have today. These 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars produced by the U.S. Mint are in perfect 70 condition. To get that perfect 70 grade, that is a very rigorous process. A grader at NGC's grading laboratory will inspect that coin. And if it's flawless to the naked eye, then they set it aside. And then the NGC graders, they go back and they scrutinize that coin one more time. But this time, under 5 times magnification. And if they still can't find any flaws, only then is it given that illustrious perfect grade of Mint State 70. So these are some of the only Morgan and Peace silver dollars to ever grade in perfect 70 condition. And when you keep in mind how few of these low mintage rarities were produced in the first place, these are such rare numismatic treasures. And on top of that flawless grade of Mint State 70, you're getting Morgan and Peace silver dollars that are the first day of issue. So do you want the best? Just call now and you'll get the best of the best with these coins. Perfect grade, prestigious label, and collector-friendly prices. Do not wait. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With all these factors coming together, why wouldn't you take advantage of this opportunity right now? And we even have limited quantity offers while supplies last. Today, you can order 5 sets of these monumental 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars in perfect Mint State 70 condition for just 2 payments of $972.50. That's only $389 per set. And we have an offer for 10 sets for just 2 payments of $1,895. That's only $379 per set. If you want to take advantage of these quantity offers, call in now. These coins will absolutely not last long. They're just that historic, all for less than $200 a coin. If you're seeing this, you're going to be one of the lucky few to acquire one of the most important U.S. Mint coin releases of all time. And remember what happened to those 2021 coins. We were selling the 2021 sets back in 2021 for $2,695. We're now selling those same sets for $4,995 a set. There's other dealers offering them for $5,500, $6,000. I saw one for $6,800. So please take advantage of this opportunity. Remember, this is a pre-sale, and you were lucky enough to come across this numismatic opportunity. So take this as a sign, because almost every other release in this same series was an instant sellout. Right now, you can secure your examples of these 2024 Morgan and Peace silver dollars in perfect Mint State 70 condition. This historic series, signed into law back in 2021 by 45th President Donald J. Trump to resurrect 2 of the most significant American silver dollars ever produced. This is U.S. history. This is numismatic history. This is the story of our great nation. This is a set that I think everyone in America should own, whether you collect coins or not. But so few of these coins exist, especially in perfect 70 condition. This is a dream come true. Less than $200 a coin. These sets will sell out. We've seen it time and time again with these Morgan and Peace silver dollars. But right now, you have access to our limited time pre-sale. So please, these are coins that truly represent our great nation. These are heirlooms to keep in your family. These are the type of historic rarities to pass down to your kids and to your grandkids. So please, make these coins part of your legacy.
The following Morgan Dollar presentation is now available for the first time ever in 4 easy payments, so stay tuned. And now, here is your host, Rick Tamaska.
Hello, Rick Tamaska here. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, RCTV. How many of you have heard of the name Anna Williams with regard to U.S. numismatics? Anna Williams was the young woman who modeled for the portrait of the Morgan dollar. And this was back in the 1870s. Now, here's a picture of Anna. And this was something she really did not want to do. I mean, being a model back then was really frowned upon, looked down upon by society. And she was a school teacher. She wanted really kept private. But George T. Morgan, the designer of the Morgan dollar, felt she was the perfect model. He loved her Grecian nose, her profile. And, so he ended up talking her into modeling for the Morgan dollar, promising to keep it quiet. Anyway, as it turns out, from what I understand, people did find out about it, and she ended up losing her job over the fact that she had modeled, for somebody. It's an interesting story, and that is the beginning of the Morgan dollar series, a series that really is the backbone of U.S. numismatics today. I mean, you go into any coin shop, you go to any coin show, one thing you're guaranteed to see are Morgan dollars. The only question is, what condition will they be in? Because the fact is, most Morgan dollars are circulated, and they're worth barely more than bullion value, no matter how rare they are. And here's a little chart I have just to, bring that point home. This is shows the number of, originally there were, about something like 600 and some million Morgan dollars struck. There were over 200 million melted during the Pittman Act in 1918, leaving close to 400 million for circulation. But out of those 400 million, only a tiny percentage survive in uncirculated condition. Almost all of them went into circulation because that's what they were struck for. They were struck for commerce. So there you see PCGS and NGC combined in mint-state condition. Mint-state 60 is the lowest uncirculated grade for any coin. If it's at 59, if the coin gets a grade of 59, then it's considered circulated. You go from 60 on up, and those are uncirculated coins. So the difference in the numbers from 60 to 70 are just a question of how many bag marks does it have, how is the luster, how is the strike. But Mint State 60 is an uncirculated coin. And to this date, only about 1.5% of the total remaining mintage have survived in uncirculated condition, and been graded in uncirculated condition. Now, that's especially important to the Morgan dollar series, because that figure you see, 1.5%, is the average over the entire series. The fact is, there are some dates that have very low mintages that have a high percentage of coins uncirculated. And there are other dates that have high mintages that have a very low percentage of coins surviving in uncirculated condition and are very valuable in uncirculated condition. Here, for example, this is a perfect example. I've given this one several times. 1886-0, one of the higher mintage Morgan dollars. They struck over 10 million. If you find a really nice one, here's one in MS-65. Sold a few years ago. About $150,000, $60,000. I mean, that would probably be over a $200,000 coin today. And here's one that's a lower grade. Here's one in MS-63 for about $10,000. On the other hand, here's one in auction in XF40. 1886-0, same date, 1886-0. That was only $44 because it's circulated. It's common in fact, I bought one in a coin shop recently. Here's an 1886-0, and I paid, I don't know, $30, $35 for this 1886-0. Same coin that if it were in uncirculated condition would be worth thousands of dollars. Here's another great example. Another great example. 1896-0. 96-0, MS-63, not a gem or anything, just a nice MS-63 coin, you know, with the usual bag marks you see on Morgan dollars. Remember, these coins were dumped into bins when they were struck, and then from bins they were dumped into bags. You know, so they all have bag marks. You don't find an uncirculated Morgan without bag marks. The highest grade, there's a couple dates, common dates that have graded MS-69, but those are like 81S's, common dates. And there's an 96-0 MS-63 for $22,000. And again, here's one I bought in the shop for $96, and the O mint mark is on the reverse here. You can see it below the eagle, that O for New Orleans. We got $30, $35 in circulated condition. And here's why. Even though they struck about 5 million of them, very few survived in uncirculated condition. On the other hand, you have other dates. And here's a chart I made real briefly that ranks the coins by rarity in uncirculated condition. And the most common coins are ranked first. And of course, the most common is the 1881S. You can see over 200,000 of those have been graded in mint state condition. You go down the page, you see fewer and fewer coins. And we get to the last page, folks. I'm just going to skip to the last page real quickly. And here you see some coins where you had 5,000 or fewer graded in mint state. And here you're getting to some really rare coins. That 1879 CC. 2,700 coins graded in mint state, that's a $6,000, $7,000 coin in just MS-61 grade. And then you saw the 1886-0 there you go, 1,600 coins graded. And you saw the 1896-0, which is on the following page, 1,315 coins graded. And the very coin at the very bottom, the 1893S, only 27 graded. Now, 93S, just to get one in MS-60, folks, is a $100,000 coin. $100,000 just for that 93S and just MS-60. And MS-65 is many, many times more than that. I have a collection of Morgan dollars for you today. Whether you are an advanced collector and have been a collector of Morgan dollars for decades, or are fairly new to collecting Morgan dollars, or have never owned a Morgan dollar in your entire life. Whatever category you place yourself in, one thing I can guarantee you, this collection of Morgan dollars that I have assembled is the finest, most comprehensive collection of the most undervalued Morgan dollar dates in brilliant uncirculated condition ever offered by anyone at any time on TV. Whether that show has been on the air for 3 months, 3 years, or 30 years. You know, folks, in our relatively short time on the air, only about 1.5 years, we have offered you folks, our viewers, so many important collecting milestones that had never before been offered on TV. From the first complete set of brilliant uncirculated piece dollars ever offered. And we sold these sets to our viewers for under $10,000. the complete set, all 24 dates, to the first ever complete set of proof Walking Liberty half dollars in the extraordinary grade of proof 67. I mean, we've offered the finest, highest grade proof and Mint State Franklin and Kennedy half dollar sets. And how about incredibly rare and desirable MS-65 1857S $20 Liberty gold double eagles, recovered from the shipwreck SS Central America that sat at the bottom of the Atlantic at 8,000 feet of water for 130 years. You saw those coins here first, folks, and you bought it here first. What I have is the Everest collection of Morgan dollars. I took the time and spent the money to have that name trademarked. This is a name that means something. Think about it. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, extraordinary, breathtaking. No one, I don't care if they have been on TV for 30 years, has even come close to offering a Morgan silver dollar collection of this magnitude. 32 different dates or mint marks, every one a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen, and most importantly, with the majority of the 32 coins in the collection ranking among the rarer key dates in the series. If you never bought another Morgan dollar for the next 20 years, this extraordinary collection of Morgan dollars has no peer. It stands alone, towering above all the other comparatively puny offerings you see on other shows. I mean, the 21 coin sets that you've seen on other shows that give you 19 common dates and maybe one or two slightly better dates. No extremely scarce or rare dates, just the easy stuff. That's what you typically see on these other shows. There are no fillers, folks, in this set. No 1879S, 1880S, 81S, 82S Morgans, no 1883Os, 84Os, 85Os. The dates you always see when a show offers a Morgan set with 15 or 20 different dates. You always see at least 3 or 4 of those most common dates. There are none of those most common issues in this set. In the next 20, 25 minutes, I'm going to show you every coin in this collection. There are 32 Morgan dollars in this collection. Again, this is worth repeating. In every Morgan dollar set I have ever seen offered on TV that had 15 or 20 different dates in it, at least several of the dates, without exception, included some of the most common dates or issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. The 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O. My feeling is that you don't need to be offered another set with those dates. They're the easiest dates to acquire. We can get them at any time for you. They're plentiful. Every coin show offers them. We offer them in many other presentations. There were 5 goals I needed to achieve to be able to offer this collection to you. 5 goals. 5 aspirations where I intentionally set the bar extremely high for myself. If I were to be able to stand here before you and offer you a Morgan collection with the Everest name on it. There we go. Aspiration number 1. to offer this set with 32 different dates and mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition, without resorting to any of the most common filler dates you always see when other shows offer Morgan collections. Again, no 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. That's aspiration number 1. 32 different dates and mint marks with none of the most common dates. Aspiration number 2 was 25%. My goal was to have 25% of the 32 coin Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would have to be the rarest issues in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition for their year. So for example, 1878. I could put an 1878 CC in there. That'd be a $500 or $600 or $700 coin. But is that the rarest year in? Was that the rarest issue in mint state for 1878, or is there a rarer issue that I could offer for less money? 1879 CC is a very rare issue in mint state. Again, it's a 6,000 or 7,000 coin in just MS61. But is there a rarer issue I could offer in mint state for a lot less money than that 1879 CC? Aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, if not the rarest, would have to be the second rarest, at least the second rarest in brilliant uncirculated mint state for their year. Because as you know, folks, there are so many dates, and I showed you a few, like that 1896, 1886, which in mint state can be tens of thousands of dollars. Here's another date, 1901P, just an MS63, $15,000. The King of the Hill, of course. I mean, there's the 92S, which is a very, again, tens of thousands of dollars. And the King of the Hill is the 1893S, the lowest grade, 1893S, MS60. I had a price comp here for MS60. Here's one, an MS62. Here's an MS60. Here's the price comp. MS60, the lowest mint state grade, 1893S. Yeah, $103,000 for that coin. So this is a real challenge to make this, complete this set and give you all these rarities and not have the price be up there in the tens and 20s of thousands of dollars. And aspiration number 4, at least 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck would have a representative Everest Morgan featured in the collection. So in other words, the Morgan dollar series was struck from 1878 to 1904 and once more in 1921. We want coins from at least 20 of those 28 years in your collection. Now, aspiration number 5. This was the biggie because, again, there are so many dates in this series that in just nice mint state condition, MS62, MS63 are $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000. You know, to have rarest dates of 8 years in the series, at least 8 years in the series, to have the second rarest dates of another 8 coins. So at least half the set having all these rarities in it. To be able to do this, I'm talking to Jack about it, and Jack's thinking it's going to be, it's got to be somewhere at least around $700, $800 a coin. We'd be talking around $20,000, $25,000 for this 32 coin set. And this is where where we really worked our hardest at creating this set. because, and this is where I set the bar the highest, folks. And here's what I came up with. Aspiration 5. Aspiration 5, to offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 coins being rare or extremely rare in superb, brilliant, uncirculated condition, with no common date fillers like I've mentioned before, none of those dates, and offer this entire set for less than $300 a coin, or $9,600. That was the goal, less than $300 a coin. Now, when this set was completed, folks, here's what we came up with. And after I show you the results, you're going to see the coins. As far as aspiration number 1, to offer 32 different dates and mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition without resorting to any of the most common filler dates, we achieved that goal. We've got 32 different dates and mint marks, none of the common dates. So goal number 1, aspiration number 1 was achieved. Now aspiration number 2, this is tougher. 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would be the rarest issues in brilliant, uncirculated, mint state condition for the year. We surpassed our goal, folks. There are 9 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection that are rarest for their year. 9. 9 of the 28 years, you have Morgan dollars that are the rarest for their year in mint state condition. That's, astounding to me. The fact that we could achieve this, absolutely. I'm so proud of that fact. And then aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, would be the second rarest for their year. This is where I am really thrilled. We surpassed our goal. 13 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection are the second rarest for their year. So there you have 9 coins and 13. You've got 22 of the 32 coins are rarities. Some are really rare, folks. Now, aspiration number 4. At least 20 of the 28 years would be represented. 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollars was struck would be represented in this Everest collection. Again, we surpassed our goal. 25 of the 28 years are represented in this set in brilliant, uncirculated condition. Now, aspiration number 5. That goal of $9,600. Let me show you the coins first. The easiest way to explain this set is to go year by year, starting with the year 1878, first year of issue. What I've done is taken, you see the dates that were struck in mint state in 1878, first year of issue, and the total graded in mint state by NGC. You see the 1878S is there. Every coin in red is one of the coins we have in this set. I picked the 1878S, and Kim is going to show it to you because it's the first San Francisco mint. He uses the reverse of 1878, the flat breast reverse. And it's much rarer than the 1879 to the 1882 S Morgans you often see offered when you see early S mints. They're always offering the 79, 80, 81, or 82S, which are much, much easier to locate than this date. This is the first San Francisco mint, uses the reverse of 78 with the flat breast, a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Now, back to our chart. We could put an 1878 CC in this set, folks. But as you can see on the chart, The 1878 CC in mint state condition is not the rarest date. I mean, and here's an 1878 CC, rare key date somebody wants about $1,000 for. Here's another 1878 CC and somebody else, and this one is circulated, obviously circulated, and they still want $1,000 for it. What I've got in this set for a lot less. These are two great deals. We have the 1878 8-tail feather and the rarest date in mint state, the 1878 reverse of 79. And the 8-tail feather reverse of 78. Kim is going to show you those two coins. The reverse of 78. There we have the reverses of two Morgan dollars struck in 1878. The Morgan dollar on your left was the first design ever struck at the Philadelphia Mint of the Morgan dollar series. It's called the 1878 8-tail feather with the reverse of 78. And what's notable about it is the fact that the eagle has what we call a flat breast. If you look at it very closely, the eagle's breast is absolutely flat, and you see the feather detail by virtue of the fact that the feather detail was actually just carved into the chest of the eagle. Late in 1878, they completely redesigned the reverse, and they gave the eagle a rounded breast, which you see on the right there. And later in 1878, they began striking these coins at the Philadelphia Mint, and we call it the 1878 with the reverse of 79, because it was this reverse that was used on almost all Morgan dollars after 1878. But for 1878, they were only struck at the very end of the year at the Philadelphia Mint. And the eagle has the rounded breast, as you see here, with the feathers feather detail overlaid over the breast of the eagle. Now, this last design is the rarest mint state coin for that year. And once again, Kim, if you could show them that chart. So these are the first three coins you are getting in the chart, folks. You're getting the 1878S. You're not getting an 1878 CC, which again could be $700, $900. You're getting a much rarer 1878 8-tail feather with that reverse of 78, and you're getting the 1878P with the reverse of 79, the key date for that year. Now the next year, 1879, let's go down there. You're not getting an 1879 CC. 1879 CC, I see them all the time. They go for moon money. Literally. Here's an 1879 MS62. It happens to be in a GSA holder, so they're asking a bit more for it. You know, $8,000, $9,000. But here's one in AU55, folks. It's circulated. It's not even MS60. It's AU55, and it's almost $3,000. Here's one in MS62. No GSA or anything, $5,500. Here's an MS61, $5,500. Now remember, the goal was to offer this entire 32 coin set for $9,600, $300 a coin. Finally, here's one more 79 CC. This one's $7,000. And again, these are like MS62 coins. They're not MS65s. MS65s are tens of thousands of dollars. Now look on this chart and find out, look at the coin that's so much rarer than that 79 CC. Take a look at this. This is big. The 1879S reverse of 78. Kim's going to show you this coin. It's about twice as rare as the 79 CC. Should be twice as much money. This coin alone, folks, will, I feel, one day be worth what you're paying for the entire set. Here you see this 1879S. Now, normally 79S, they're very common, but they're common with the reverse of 79. You don't see them with this reverse, with the flat breast. This is such a major rarity. It's such an important coin. Now, in 1879 at the San Francisco Mint, kind of the opposite happened than what happened at the Philadelphia Mint in 1878. You see, at the Philadelphia Mint was responsible for all the dies, and they would make the dies and ship them out to the various mints, New Orleans, Carson City, San Francisco, and the mints would put their mint marks on the die. Well, in San Francisco, they had the new reverse of 79 design, but they apparently had a few dies left over from 1878. And so they used these dies to strike a handful of Morgan dollars with the old reverse of 1878. And there you see the 1879S on the left with the old reverse using the 1878 design with that flat-breasted eagle. These, for the 1879S year, are very rare, especially in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition. The coin on the right is the 1879S with the reverse of 79. This is the more common year. This is the one you see 98, 99% of the time when you see uncirculated 1879S Morgan dollars. There are almost always this much more common design with the reverse of 79. Virtually all the 1879S Morgan dollars were struck with this reverse of 79 with the rounded breast of the eagle. Here's what Q. David Bowers, one of the greatest numismatic authors of our time, if not the greatest numismatic author of our time, has to look at it. It's a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. A stunning, stunning piece, very high quality. In his book, Morgan and Peace Dollar Guide here, this is a huge coin. Here's what he says of the 1879S. Reverse of 78. The only explanation they can give for the existence of this coin is that there were some dies left over from 1878 that they used in 1879. They estimate maybe about 500,000, 500,000 or so were actually struck. But here's what he says. However, if even 100,000 were minted, most must have been melted down under the Pittman Act in 1918, for not many exist today. Few ever went into circulation, and not many were in the Treasury releases of later years. The Redfield hoard is said to have contained 3,000 mint state coins, but mostly bag marked. This is the only quantity rumored or reported to the author. This is an extremely rare coin, folks, in mint state condition. And that's what you get for the 1879S, another date that's the rarest for its issue. The next year we have is 1880. Take a look at this piece. 1880. If you've got the chart there, so the viewers can see where this coin ranks for the year 1880 on the rarity chart. You've got the 1880S, most common, 1880cc. You know, 1880cc, folks, I've got a comp here, $600, $700 for an 80cc. The toughest date in mint state, 1880. 1880, high-grade mint state example. Here's one in MS64. This is strong money. But we were able to include a nice, brilliant, uncirculated 1880 in this set. Another coin that is a rarity. That's 34,500. Take a look at this 1880 in the set. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful specimen. The next year, 1881. 1881. 1881. I've got that chart here for you. 1881. You've got 4 different dates there. 1881S, again, is the most common. You're not getting one of those. 1881cc is a $500, $600, $700 coin in just BU condition. What I've got for you are the 1881O and the 1881P, the 2 rarest dates for that year. take a look at these two pieces that we have here on display. And there's that 1881P. Could we get a hand shot of that 1881P there? You got 810 and the 81P, so the viewers can see the obverse and reverse. This coin is really nice looking. I mean, it's so clean. Look at this. What a nice 81P. The toughest coin in the year in mint state condition. Only 9,500 graded in all grades of mint state. 1881P, and a beautiful specimen. So far, folks, we've gone through 1881, and we've already got three dates that are the rarest for their year in mint state. The next year we have is the 1882. 1882. And again, you see the 1882S, most common 1882cc. An 1882C in just mint state is about a $250, $300 coin. 1882P, and then the 1882O. You're getting a nice 1882O in this for this year. The toughest denomination in mint state condition, the toughest mint, an 1882O. And you get a quick look at that, and then we're going to go on to the next date. Again, we have 32 dates to cover in this set, folks. 32 dates in mint marks. 32 dates in mint marks. There's your beautiful, beautiful 1882O. And the next year we have is the 1883. Here's where you're getting the second rarest date. The rarest date is 1883S. We've got an 1883P, the second rarest date, much tougher than an 83cc, and 6 times rarer than an 83O. A beautiful, very difficult 83P. Gorgeous 83P. Now we go to the next year, the 1884. Look at that, stunning, stunning, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. The next year we have the 1884P. Only because this is one of those years, folks, 1884S, to get an 1884S is, in mint state condition, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for an 84S. I mean, they are expensive. This is one of those, well into 5 figures for an 1884S. So we're getting the second rarest date, the 1884P, which we have right here for you. Here's just one comp I have for an 1884S. This is one that's been cleaned, okay, and it's still $8,000. It's been cleaned and it's still $8,000 for the 1884S. So we're not going to put an 1884S in there. We're going to give you the second rarest date, a beautiful BU 1884P. The next date. Really proud of this one. We've got an 1885S. This is where I'm really proud of this. 1885S, extremely tough coin. Extremely tough coin. Much rarer, folks, than an 1885cc. At least 3 times rarer than 1885cc. And again, this is where you can go and pay $1,000 for an 85cc. Here's one for about $1,000. Here's one in MS62 for $1,100. You could go pay $1,000 for an 85cc. But we've got an 85S in this set that is so much rare, and it's a beautiful, beautiful, sparkling, frosty, superb gem. Stunning piece. Stunning piece. Another rarest coin in mint state for the year. The next year, 1886. Well, you know all about the 1886O. I told you all about that coin at the beginning of the presentation. Can't get an 1886O. That would, alone is a $10,000, $15,000 coin in mint state. We do have an 1886P, a nice BU 1886P. That is the most common coin in this collection. Okay, that's the one coin. The next year we have 1887. What do we have for the 1887 on our charts? You're getting both an 87O and an 87S. An 87O and an 87S. Two extremely rare coins, the rarest and second rarest for the year. You're not getting an 87p. Let's just, Kim, take a look at the 87O really quickly, because you look at this coin, the strike on this coin. The 87O is notorious, as so many of New Orleans mint coins are, for having really, really weak strikes. You take a look at this 87O, it's magnificent. Beautiful strike. You can see a beautiful strike, excellent luster, and then you have the 87S, another beautiful, brilliant blazer. And then we come to the next year, the 1888. Here you got the second rarest date, the 1888O. About 22,000 graded in mint state. Look at this beautiful 88O. Again, another really well-struck coin. And there, again, you see the O mint mark at the back. Beautiful strike for this O mint. Now we get to, and that's the second rarest date for that year. Now we get to the next year. And you're getting the second rarest, because the rarest, folks, is moon money. The 1889 CC, and Kim's showing you the chart here. 1889 CC, here's one in MS62, $44,000, all right? I mean, pretty well. And here's one that's genuine, unk details, questionable color. I mean, it's not even gradable. It's not even gradable, and it's still $15,000 for an 89 CC. On the other hand, here you've got an 89O, which is extremely rare. Take a look at this piece. Great coin. Beautiful, beautiful 1889O. Now we get into the 1890s, folks. This is where it really starts to get challenging, the 1890s. There you see the 1890 CC, toughest date, very expensive. And you've got a couple dates there that are almost as rare, folks, the 90O and the 90S. Kim's going to show you a couple comps for 90 CCs. Here's one. You know, again, they're not MS65s or MS64s, just a nice MS62, $5,700. Here's one uncertified, $1,700. And here's a 90O in AU55 for $1,000. Now, we have a 90O in this set, and we have a 90S. And that 90O you see up there is an AU. It's circulated. Take a look at our 90O and 90S in this set. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimens. The second and third rarest for the year. The 90P is also extremely rare. Spectacular. Look at this strike on the 90O and the 90S. Semi-proof-like surfaces. Exceptional quality and eye appeal. And now we're going to get to the third year, 1891. Here's one where we've got the third rarest, but that's a really rare, only 6,000 graded. You get into the 1890s, folks, and they're all rare. There are no common dates. You don't see any coins, you know, when you get between 1890 and 1895, in that span, there are no coins where you see 30, 40, 50,000 graded in mint state. They're all rare. The 91cc you're looking at there is a $5,000, $6,000 coin. We've got a beautiful 91p. Take a look at this piece. Gorgeous 91p, a very, very tough coin. Beautiful, beautiful coin. Boy, can we get a close-up of that, Kim? That is amazingly nice for 91p. This is a date that's usually so baggy. Just incredible, incredible. Nice clean cheek. Beautiful specimen. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. I mean, here's a 91O, for example. This is, I don't know, that's kind of a fiction price because it's a circulated example. The 91O, that's circulated, shouldn't be $5,000, but that is a 91O, not a 91P. Now let's get to the next year, 1892. This is another one of those years, folks. 1892, If you want an 1892, I mean, the rarest date is the 1892S. I mean, forget about owning one of these. Here's one in the lowest mint state grade, and it's a $35,000 coin. In mint state 60, for a 35,000, in mint state 62 would probably be up around 60, 70,000. But then you go, even the third rarest date in the series, the 1892cc. Okay, we've got the 1892p in this set, folks, which is next rarest behind the 92s. It's next rarest behind the 92s. Even the 92cc, which is third rarest in this year, is a $2,000 to $3,000 coin. Here's a couple 92cc's in mint state grade. $2,100 for that, and $2,800 for that coin. And we'll take a quick look at this 92p. Beautiful, beautiful example. Again, it's rarer than a 92cc. 92cc. And now the next 3 years are the years we do not have in this set because they're all so rare and so pricey. You got the 1893 a year where you have the 93S, and that's a $100,000 plus coin. The 93cc is thousands and thousands of dollars. Then you get to the 94, you got the same problem with the 1894s. They're all really rare and expensive. Just go down the chart. They're all really rare and expensive. There's nothing that's less than several $1,000s. And then the 95Os, the cheapest coin is the 95S, and that's $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. So we get to the 96p. We've got an 1896p in our set, a beautiful 96p. Let's go to the next year. Next year we have a 97S, another second rarest coin for the year. 97O, very, very expensive coin. You know, several $1,000s in mint state. Next year we have is a 98p, second rarest coin. 98S, we offer that coin in another presentation, which is why I didn't put it in this one. Very rare coin. And next year, the 99. We have the 99O, because of the 99S and the 99P, we offer in different presentations. What we don't offer, though, is this next coin, the 1900S and the P. Take a look at the 1900S we have. This is such a rare, rare coin. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. Now let's get to the next year, the 1901. You get a 1901O. Again, the 01P, many thousands of dollars. Next year, the 1902. We have an 02O. The 02S would price this set we wouldn't be able to meet our goal. We get an 020. 02P, we have it in another presentation. The next year, we have an 03P. Great year. 03S, of course, is tens of thousands of dollars in mid-state. 03P, though, is so undervalued, and we have an 03P in this set. And finally, we've got an 04P for the last issue. Key date 04P. Again, the 04S, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Here's an 04P that we have. We put in this last really, really super tough date here. There's one. It says it's Gem BU. It's a mint state coin, $2,700. Take a look at our 04P. Third to the last coin, and then we're going to finish off with the two final coins in the set. There's an 04P, and then we finish off with the last year, the 1921, and you're getting the two rarest coins for the 1921. The 1921D and the 1921S, both extremely rare. So there's the entire set, folks. There's the entire set. The set will come in this custom display case of 32 coins. There's two shelves of 16 coins each, folks. And they'll be in the order you saw them on the show. Now we get back to that aspiration number 5, the price. the price. Aspiration number 5. To offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 being rare or extremely rare, we blew past that goal. And I have 22 of the 32 Everest Morgans in the rare or extremely rare category, folks. 22 of the 32, not 16, but 22 of the 32, and we did it for less than $300 a coin. This was perhaps, without a doubt, the most important goal. As collectors, we all want to own, to cherish exceptional, rare coins. Camera 2. But it takes a little of the joy out of it when we end up having to pay top dollar. And it would have been a lot easier to meet the above aforementioned goals on a $15,000, $20,000 budget, or $500, $600 a coin, if price were no object. But my goal was to meet the first 4 goals, building the finest possible, brilliant, uncirculated 32-coin set with the greatest rarity possible, and I intentionally set the bar extremely high. This is, I think, my longest presentation ever, but this is my biggest Morgan presentation ever. I wanted to maximize the benefit for you. With at least 8 coins the rarest for the year, another 8 the second rarest, 16 coins in all, and we blew past that goal. 22 of the 32 coins are either rarest or second rarest for their year in brilliant, uncirculated condition with no common date fillers. We were only able to make 23 of these sets. That's it. And it took a long, long time. Long time. But the good news is the price. To keep it within that $300 coin guideline was paramount. To give you the greatest possible value, Morgan dollars with the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. I was able to achieve this goal within budget for under $9,600, under $300 a coin. In fact, I was able to achieve all those aspirations, exceeding them for less than $288 a coin. That would be $9,200. In fact, I was even able to do this for less than $282 a coin. Under $282, folks, that's $9,000. It's this last, as successful as I was in those first 4 aspirations, it's this last aspiration where I think I was most successful. 23 sets. Call now. 23 sets. Call now. $274.84 a coin. $274.84 a coin times 32 equals $8,795. In the custom presentation case cabinet, and you're going to get a free signed copy of the Morgan Dollar Silver Dollar book by Miles Standish. We are the only station that has the rights to this on TV to get a signed copy, and here's an autographed copy with his signature. Show it to you right here. This received the Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year for 2015. You're getting a free copy signed by Miles. Again, we're the only station that offers this. $8,795.
But wait, this Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection of 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition is also now available using our 4-pay option. That's right, for only 4 low payments of only $2,198.75. So call now to bring this rare set into your numismatic collection for only 4 low payments of only $2,198.75. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay.
We have 23 sets. Cameras signaling me that we apparently no longer have 23 sets. Well, hold on, folks. Cameron has a question from a caller wanting to purchase 4 sets. Tell the gentleman we have to set a maximum on this. We do have to set a maximum of 2 sets per customer. Let me make that clear. Anybody who calls in, we have a maximum 2 sets per customer because of our limited numbers. 2 sets maximum per customer, folks, for only $17,590. When I think about that, that is amazing. We got a lot of people calling in on this. 64 coins. Mr. T from Alabama just bought a set also. Thank you, Mr. T. Mr. L from New Jersey. All right, thank you, Mr. L. Congratulations. You know, sincerely, again, 23 sets, 44 of the 64 dates being either rare or extremely rare. 25 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck are represented in this set. 9 of the Everest Morgans are the rarest issues for their year. Another 13 are second rarest for their year. And folks, there are no filler coins. None. 0. None of the most common dates you always see when you see some other coin show offering a Morgan collection with even 10 or 15 different dates and mint marks. You always get at least 3 or 4 of the easiest dates in the series. You'll get a 79S or an 80S or an 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. You always get at least 2 or 3 of those. There are none of those filler dates. You can get those anytime. We always have them in stock. The last thing I wanted to do was sneak a few of these easy dates in, make it a little easier on myself, but of no benefit to you, when you can get those coins anytime. These coins, this 32 coin Morgan Everest collection. As I said, when I began this presentation, we have so many folks calling in on this. This set stands alone, towers well above any brilliant uncirculated Morgan collection ever offered by any other show at any time in TV coin show history. This is a name that means something. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, breathtaking. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, this Everest collection, this 32 coin collection, the majority are rarities within the series, for only $8,795. When I showed you back that 1879, you're getting that 1879 reverse of 78, which is rarer than the 1879 CC. That 1879 CC alone is a $6,000 coin. And here you're getting a coin that's rarer than that 79 CC for that 1879 year S, a coin that will be so much more valuable in the years to come. That's just one example of the value in this set when there are so many other dates in this series that would cost you $20,000, $40,000, $100,000 a coin. And here you're getting the entire set for $274.84 a coin. $274.84 a coin. The entire set for only $8,795.
Don't forget 4 low payments of only $2,198.75. This Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection includes 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition. You also get the free book signed by Miles Standish, and the coins come in this custom display case.
It's a beautiful display case where you can show this off, show it to your friends with all these coins, all these rare dates. Explain the mint marks, explain the reverse of 79 to them and the reverse of 78. You got that first year, 1878, where you have the 2 1878 Ps, one with the reverse of 78, one with the reverse of 79. And then they're going to look and see the 1879S, and they're going to assume that that's a common date. And then you explain to them, no, this is actually one of the rarest dates in the Morgan series. It's an 1879 that was struck from the dies from 1878. It's extremely rare. It's rarer than an 1879 CC, which sells for $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 in the mint state 61 grade. And here's a beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. This coin looks really choice, super choice uncirculated. And that's just one of the coins in this 32 coin set. There are so many other coins in there. You've got your 1880. Again, there are so many coins. They're the rarest dates. I'm going to go through the list one more time of the dates in this set. You have the 1878S, 1878 8-tail feather, only 9,800 graded. 1878 reverse of 79, the rarest issue in that series in 1878. The 1879S reverse of 78, the rarest issue for that year. The 1880O, the rarest issue for that year. The 1881 P and O, which are the rarest issues for that year in mint state. The 1882O, the rarest issue for that year in mint state. 1883P, the second rarest for 1883. 1884P, the second rarest. 1885S, the rarest issue for that year in mint state. Rarer than the 1885CC, many times rarer. And the 85CC in mint state is about a $1,000 coin. 85S is about 3 times rarer. 1886P. And then you have the 1887 O and S. Again, the O and S, the first and second rarest issues for that year. 1888, you have the 1888O, the second rarest. 89O, you have second rarest. The only rare issue is the 89CC, which is a $20,000, $30,000 coin in just regular average mint state condition. And then for 1890, you have the 1890O and the 1890S. For the 1891 year, you have the 91P. Very, very tough year. In 1892, you have the 92P. Extremely rare, about as rare as the 79CC. Again, the 79CC, folks, a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 coin. 92P, only 3,100 graded. The only issue rare is the 92S in mint state, and that's a $35,000, $40,000 coin in MS60, the 92S. The only years we're missing are the 93, the 94, and the 95. Again, you go to the 1895, and the least expensive coin is the 95S, and that coin is going to cost you alone. I mean, I couldn't get one for less than $6,000, $7,000. Okay, so I can't do the set with those. So those are the only 3 years we're missing. 1896P you're getting a 97S, you're getting a 98P, a 99O, and then you're getting a 100P, and the rarest issue for 1900, the 100S, only 2,700 coins graded. Again, comparable to that 79CC. Another comparable coin, then you're getting an 010, an 020, an 03P, an 04P with only 3,600 coins graded, barely over that 79CC rarity. And finally, to wrap it up, the 21D and S, the first and second coins of rarity for the last year, 1921. All 32 coins, $274.84 a coin.
That's right, all 32 brilliant uncirculated Morgans for only $8,795. 4 low payments of only $2,198.75. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay. Call and order your Morgan Silver Dollars Everest collection now.
At this point, folks, I've been on the air with this presentation, longest ever, over an hour. All I have to say is thank you for watching this presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully you might pick up one of these. But from Kim and I, it's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of work putting this set together, but this is the fruits of my labor at this point. To be able to offer this amazing set of Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition for only $274.84 a coin. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
This coin comes from the most important coin hoard in American history, the GSA hoard, which stands for General Services Administration. That's the arm of the federal government that was put in charge of releasing these coins to the public back in the 1970s and 1980s. This coin sat undisturbed in U.S. Treasury vaults for nearly a century before it was discovered during an audit when they realized that some of the few remaining silver dollars that were left in their vaults happened to be from the fabled Carson City Mint of the Wild West. These were the coins used by gunslingers and gamblers, and this is one of the finest examples to survive. Even though these coins sat in treasury vaults, these were stored in bags of 1,000 coins that were stacked nearly to the ceiling. These bags were tossed around, so even though they didn't circulate, most of them did get some abrasions and nicks and marks and things. But somehow this example survived in gem, mint state 65 condition. This is an exceptional coin. From the GSA hoard in the original government holder, PCGS has only graded 82 in this grade and only 38 finer. The finest example is only 2 points higher, mint state 67. PCGS has only graded one of them. NGC's only seen a few more. They've graded 6 in this grade, 2 finest being mint state 67 plus. So this coin is very close to finest known. It is a beautiful, beautiful example. In mint state 67, one of these coins sold for almost $34,000 several years back. This example right now is just $2,495, less than $2,500 for this example. By the way, a very low mintage, only 495,000 of these were made back in 1880. This is an 1880 Carson City dollar, a rarity indeed. In the Morgan series, top 10 lowest mintages, big deal coin.
Throughout human history, gold has remained the most valuable and reliable precious metal known to man. As such, gold has proven its reputation as the most trusted form of currency to store wealth over thousands of years and through many different civilizations. With governments around the world currently accumulating debt at a record rate, humanity is once again turning to gold for its established value. This new surge has now pushed gold to an all-time high of over $2,300 an ounce, up about $400 higher than 1 year ago, proving yet again that gold is still the most reliable precious metal on Earth.
These coins that I have for you today, boy, where to start? You know, well, first of all, I'm sure glad that this is 2023 and not 2024. Because you see, if this were the year 2024, and I were to offer you a 100-year-old centennial 1924P St. Gaudens Double Eagle in MS64, that would be pretty special. It's a St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And it's an MS64. You know, only around 226,000 examples have been certified in MS64, with about 116,000 higher, out of a mintage of around 4.3 million coins. Dealers routinely sell these coins for $5,000 to $6,000. We've got a few comps for 24Ps and MS64. Top-rated dealers, you know, with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $5,150. Here's one for $5,350. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Let's go to the next one. Just go through these real quickly. Here's another one for $5,350. And one last one here. Here's one for $5,650. $5,000 to $6,000. And for this 2024 centennial celebration, if I were able to offer a 1924P and MS64 for about $2,000 less than these other folks, you know, for something around $3,500, Well, that would be pretty sweet. But it's not 2024, it's 2023. And I wanted to be able to offer you a 100th year anniversary St. Gaudens. St. Gaudens struck 100 years ago in 1923. I've been working on this project for well over 6 months, folks. I started in the summer of last year. My mission was to offer you the 1923P St. Gaudens that would rank among the finest known at a once-in-a-century price. Now, after about 4 months in this seemingly futile pursuit, I was not feeling optimistic. Because, you see, the 1923P in MS64 Plus condition is just about 100 times rarer than the 1924P. So talk about biting off more than I could chew. Well, I really did it this time. Here's a 24P combined NGC PCGS population totals, every one graded in 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6 condition. And they were those numbers I cited earlier. But now we add the 23P into the picture. What did I get myself into? Only 8,600 graded in 6.4, 675 in 6.5, 7 in 6.6. And in case you're wondering, well, maybe they've graded 150 in 6.7. Well, I've made one more chart. I got the original mintage, I deleted the original mintage out, and I added a 6.7 grade to the pops. And they haven't graded any 23Ps in 6.7. 6.6 is the highest grade. 696. 696. Do you know what the significance of that number is? 696 is the number of examples that are graded higher by NGC and PCGS than the 1923P St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle coins that I have for you today. That's an incredibly low number. Just 696 examples that are finer. Now that's what is known as condition rarity. Condition rarity is a coin that is extremely rare in high grade condition. And that's what the 23P is all about. The 1924P has 116,020 examples graded higher than MS64. The 1923P, only 696 coins, over 100 times rarer. But miracles do happen, and there's always some luck involved. And, you know, it's always, my philosophy has always been, well, it's always a hard work. It's always having as many irons in the fire as possible to explore every possible opportunity. And one of those irons in the fire finally paid off. And today, I have the 1923P $20 gold St. Gaudens Double Eagle in Mint State 64 for you today. With a minuscule mintage of only 566,000 being produced, and with many being melted back into bullion in the 1930s by the United States Treasury, maybe leaving only a few 100,000 remaining. There are just very few survivors in 6.4 and higher grade. And most surviving examples are of extremely low quality. Of the 566,000 examples graded, there are only 7 coins graded in MS66, and that is the highest grade. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS64. It's been through a lot of hard work, and admittedly, with a little bit of luck, I have been able to acquire the most amazing collection of MS64 1923P specimens in the 30-plus history of Coin TV. I guarantee you, if you took somehow were able to locate every single program ever to appear on TV regarding rare coins. There was never a collection of this magnitude of 1923p St. Gaudens double eagles. And the best part is the price I have them at that I never dreamt would be possible. Take a look at these coins. We couldn't even fit them all on one stand. We have almost 60 for you today. This is amazing. MS-64. Not only were they never in circulation, but they've survived bordering on being mark-free. When you first look at the coin, it looks absolutely flawless. It's only under really close scrutiny that you were able to find the tiniest little tick. This is extraordinary quality, and especially for a 1923p. A 1923p in MS-64 condition ranks among the finest known, equal in quality to the specimen in the Smithsonian. 100 times rarer than the 1924p. Now, $4,000 would be an excellent price for a 1924p. You saw the comps. Dealers are asking $5,000 to $5,700 for 24ps and 6.4. $4,500, about $1,000 less than that, that would be a good buying opportunity. But what about a 1923p? Call in now. I have these coins. This is a limited time offer. You better believe it's a limited time offer. You saw the pops on these. Never in the history of Coin TV has anybody been able to offer a group of 23Ps of this caliber, of this quantity, but these will run out very quickly, folks. They're not $6,900 or $5,900 or even $4,900. It's based on my cost. I got the most amazing deal that I could have ever dreamt of, ever have imagined. It was primarily because it was a good friend of mine, and he passed his good fortune on to me. And if we weren't good friends, I wouldn't have got them at this price. Today only, while we have them, $3,995 a coin for a 23p MS-64. Now, folks, call in now. I had over 90 specimens that were delivered just yesterday. And our pack team has already sold over 30 to their clients when this collection arrived, leaving fewer than 60. Well, I told them, that's enough, okay? That's enough. You can't sell anymore. I want the rest for tonight's show for all our loyal viewers and for all you first-time viewers. This is what Rick's U.S. Coin Show is all about. This is what Rare Collectibles TV is all about. When we get something extraordinary like this, we handle some of the finest United States rare coins. And sometimes when we get large deals offered to us and we can acquire the entire deal, we get a special price, and we're first in line. And we're passing that hard work and good savings on to you today. It's available on a 2-payment option, half down today of only $1,997.50. We'll hold one of these for you, the balance in 30 days. This is for our loyal viewers, all of those first-time customers, to have the opportunity to acquire a 1923 at what's basically a 2014 price when gold was around $1,300 an ounce. Well, gold's around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce. And these coins are essentially a full ounce of gold. The 1923 St. Gaudens in MS-64, a date that has eluded even the savviest collectors for years. The St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, folks, is widely recognized as the most beautiful coin in the world. It's the finest example of numismatic artistry and sculpting in the history of numismatics. So we got people calling in now. Again, if there's a queue, just be patient. We will get to you on these coins. Again, if you just tuned in, I have the extremely rare 1923p in MS-64 condition, an extraordinarily high grade for this tough date. It's going to be a maximum of 3 coins per caller, a maximum of 3 per customer, because I don't want somebody calling in and ordering, like 40 and basically almost clearing us out of our inventory, because we'll have a lot of other people calling in who will want to get an example who will not be able to because we will be sold out. So maximum of 3 for a caller. Again, the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, widely regarded as the most beautiful coin in American history, probably in the entire world. It's the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. Among most collectors, the St. Gaudens Double Eagle ranks as the most coveted coin in all of U.S. numismatics. And to be able to acquire an extremely rare Smithsonian quality MS-64 specimen, I repeat, $3,995. Remember, this is virtually an ounce of gold. Just in the gold value alone, the coin is worth over $1,900 just for the gold if you were to melt it down. But don't do that. You want to hold this coin in your family. You want to pass it down, pass it to your kids and grandkids. And this 1923P, folks, is one coin. If you were to never buy another rare coin in your life, if you're watching for the very first time, you've got perfect timing. I strongly urge you to acquire at least one of these miracle survivors. The 1923P St. Gaudens, while I have them, at the price I have them at, they're not $6,500 or $5,500. Here's a 1923, but it's MS-62, and it's $4,300. A dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback. Now here's one, it is a 6.4 plus, so it's a half point higher rate. It's a 6.4 plus, give them that, it's a 6.4 plus, but it's still over $8,400, okay? So please, act now. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire this rarity at yesterday's prices. Just look at these coins. These are miracle coins. They look like they're brand new, like they were struck freshly off of a coining press yesterday. But they're 100 years old this year. It's the centennial celebration of the ultra-rare 1923P, MS-64 condition. These are double eagles, the highest denomination coin struck for commerce. We have another one. We have a lot of people calling in. It's the highest denomination struck for commerce. Up until 1850, the largest denomination was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. So they called that coin the eagle. And then gold was discovered in 1848, and all of a sudden our country had an abundance of gold, and we were able to strike a larger gold coin, which was great for the banking system. It was twice the size of the $10 gold piece with about an ounce of gold. So they called it the double eagle. Keep in mind, gold is a very, very soft metal and also a very dense metal. You have to understand that coins this old, these largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, folks, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but they're about 25% heavier. And when these coins were struck, they were ejected from the press and they'd land in a bin. Hundreds of these coins would land on top of each other. Of course, since they're gold, they're very heavy and very soft. So that would leave abrasions and marks on the coins. But that's not where it would stop, because then the coins were sorted, counted. They'd go through counting machines. They'd be tossed into bags. And then those bags were thrown onto trains, all the way to the bank. The coins would be rattling around in the bags, abrading against each other, leaving all sorts of nicks and marks. Here's a couple typical examples. These coins were never in circulation, a couple St. Gaudens that I have. They were never in circulation, but take a look at this one. This is a 1911. Look at the cut at 9 o'clock in the field. And on the rim there at about 9:30, how the rim is really got a serious dent. This coin isn't even gradable. If you submitted it to NGC or PCGS, they would send it back to you and call it damaged because of the deepness of those cuts. But this is typical for a coin this heavy this large struck from such a soft metal. These are the kind of coins they would acquire in the bags, in the mint bags. Here's another one. This is a 1924p. Look at the gouge at 8 o'clock in the field. It's ungradable with a mark like that. There's also a gouge over Liberty's right thigh there. Not as obvious, but a deep cut. And there's some other cuts in the field. But just that gouge at the rim there at 8 o'clock, it's ungradable. Some miracle coins were able to avoid a large amount of those marks. Look at this coin. No serious gouges. It's avoided all of those serious gouges and marks. Nothing but the tiniest ticks. I mean, the highest grade the 23p has ever received is MS66. And these are MS64s, and there's fewer than 1,000 examples graded higher. These 23p saints should not even exist, folks. That's the most striking element of this whole story. These coins shouldn't even exist. Almost half of all the St. Gaudens originally struck were melted down into bullion in the 1930s due to Franklin Roosevelt's Executive Order 6102 that made owning over $100 worth of gold illegal. Our country was in the midst of the Great Depression. In 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then to guarantee your savings. So imagine going to the bank one day and finding it shuttered closed. Your bank had failed. Your life savings, your nest egg that you may have been accumulating for 20 or 30 years for your retirement, overnight was gone. You and your family were wiped out, destitute. And what of the families that had their savings in banks that had not yet failed? Well, many of them were they were terrified that their bank would be next, okay? So they began pulling their savings out of the banks. And with those dollars, they began buying gold coins. You look at human history, throughout human history, across cultures, you can go back thousands of years to the ancient Egyptians who believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that gold was indestructible. Gold has been a most highly valued and coveted precious metal throughout human history. So, these families pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold created additional stress on the banking system. And so in April of 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal, punishable by 10 years in jail and or a $10,000 fine. And what did the government do with all the gold turned into the Treasury? Well, they melted the coins back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. That was over 50 million coins. And certainly the later St. Gaudens coins were the coins that were the most heavily melted down. So that 1923, the original mintage may have been 566,000. 250 or 300,000 could have been melted back down into gold, making for maybe 300,000 survivors, of which most, again, are very heavily backmarked. So, citizens were stuck. They were required to turn their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money. They were really stuck between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in banks and risk being wiped out, or, buy gold and risk imprisonment. But there was a third option. There was nothing in Executive Order 6102 that Roosevelt signed that said it wasn't illegal to own gold in another country. And so bags of gold coins were shipped to banks in Europe, where they have been safely stored in vaults all these decades, almost 100 years. The 1923p, though, was one of the dates that was hit especially hard by the Treasury melt. relatively few bags made their way across the Atlantic for safekeeping. Now, again, if you've just tuned in, this is about the 1923P. We have people calling in, and we have people just tuning in, so I've been talking about the 1923P St. Gaudens Double Eagle in the extraordinary grade of MS64. And this is a most phenomenal coin. You know, the 24P, if you tuned in earlier, you saw dealers were routinely selling the 1924P and MS64 for $500 to $5,700. Well, you know, it's a scarce coin, only 226,000 graded in 6.4, around 92,000 in 6.5, 6.6, about 16,000 in 6.7, 365 coins. But the 23P is about 100 times rarer in high-grade condition. It's extremely rare. It was a date that was heavily melted down. There were very few survivors in really high-grade condition. Here's one last chart where I include many of the other dates in the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series. It's even tougher than the 1907. And I haven't had a 1907 offering in years. But you can see the 1907 is a little bit rarer in MS64 condition than the 23P, but it's much easier to locate in the higher grades. So a 1907P is not as rare. When you add it all up, it's not nearly as rare as that 1923P, because the 1923P, again, when you look at the 6.5 grade, only 685 coins total between NGC and PCGS versus 3,500 for 07P. And the 07P, folks, here's an 07P and MS64 for about 6,500, 6,450, okay? This is the 1923P that we have for about half the price. We have it for a limited time. We had under 60 examples. We had a lot of people calling in. We've sold a lot of these 1923Ps, up to 3 per customer. Now, you've heard me mention this MS64 grade, and you mentioned MS62 condition. Let me explain what it means in numismatic terms, what it means to be an MS62 and MS64. Coins are graded on the Sheldon grading scale. This is a 70-point scale. The lowest grade is a 1. The highest grade possible is mint state 70. When it comes to classic coins, no mint state 70 examples exist. A mint state 70 is a coin that's flawless under magnification. Classic coins don't exist in that grade. And as you saw heard in my presentation earlier, the highest 1923P ever graded is an MS66. For these antique gold coins, it's very difficult to acquire a coin in any mint state grade. That means any grade 60 or better. And that's because these coins were struck for commerce and for the most part were circulated. These coins were struck, again, dumped into bins, thrown into bags where they traveled across the country. And gold is a very soft metal, leaving all kinds of nicks and abrasions in these coins. Typically, when we would find a bag, an original bag of St. Gaudens Double Eagles, the average grade would be MS61 to MS62. Today, these are not MS60s, they're not MS61s, they're not MS62s. These coins border on gem. They're mint state 64. Even the Smithsonian, home of our national coin collection, the most important coin collection in the world, has the 1923P in mint state 64 condition. You are getting a coin that is truly world class. Now you look at the St. Gaudens Double Eagle dates, they struck about 70 million, only about 2 million have been graded in all the mint state grades, which means the uncirculated coins that were never in circulation. But about 2/3 of those coins are the first 3 dates you see at the top there, the 24P, the 27P, the 08P, about 2/3 of the coins. Once you get past the 28P, they get much rarer, and then you get down to the 26P, where there's only 9,700 graded in 6.4 and 9,300 in 6.5. And then the San Francisco mint issues. Extremely rare, because the San Francisco Mint issues, you had the San Francisco Mint on the West Coast. Very few made it to the European Bay Court because you had the 3,000-mile journey from the West Coast to the East Coast to just get on a ship to be sent across the Atlantic. So very few San Francisco Mint issues have survived. And this 23P is rarer even than the 14S and the 15S that you see on those charts. We got people calling in. We're only going to go about 2 more minutes on this presentation. Okay, this is the 1923P. Let me close it out here. In conclusion, folks, again, this is a presentation on a coin that is one of the most underrated St. Gaudens double eagles in the entire series. If you've never bought a United States rare coin before, one of these 23P Saints, an extraordinary Smithsonian quality MS64, offers you unparalleled opportunity. These are coins that will be so very, very good to you. These are the all-time classics in the United States coinage, the St. Gaudens double eagles, the finest example of numismatic artistry and sculpting that has ever been created. A coin that is known as the most beautiful coin in American history, maybe the entire world. And when you're getting a 1923P St. Gaudens in Mint State 64, it really just is a miracle coin to survive in this condition. It's the epitome of what we call condition rarity. So few of these coins exist in this condition, and only 696 examples are graded higher by NGC and PCGS. This is the same grade, the coins I'm offering you today, as the Smithsonian Institute specimen. These coins are exceptionally well preserved, with nearly a full ounce of gold, with so few marks, almost as if they were struck, ejected from the press, and before they fell into the bin, again, it's like you caught them on a velvet pillow, and then you preserved them since 1923 for this last 100 years. An offer like this rarely comes around. $3,995. This is truly miraculous. 1923P St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagles that shouldn't exist in this condition. These coins are truly national treasures. They're part of our heritage as a country. Please get one of these stunning gold double eagle coins while they're available. We have a limited number. We started with 90. Our pack salespeople sold over 30 before I put a kibosh on it, so to speak. You know, I wanted to offer the rest for our viewers tonight. We had almost 60 to start. We still have people calling in on this. Once these are gone, that's it. This is a really rare date. The last time I gave a presentation on 1923Ps in this condition, it was at least 5 or 6 years ago. And I didn't have over 50. I had, I think, maybe about a half a dozen. This is the type of heirloom that you want to pass on to your kids and grandkids. The most stunning coin ever produced in American history. This key date, most stunning coin produced in world history. A coin you can be proud of. A crown jewel of the American coin Renaissance era of the early 1900s. I hope you're able to take advantage of this numismatic opportunity. Thank you for watching, and please do yourself a favor, get at least one, but if you can swing 2, get yourself 2. This coin, I guarantee, will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching. Hello. We started Rare Collectibles TV so that we can give collectors the best. Shortly after the creation of RCTV, we realized that not every collector was looking for what we could offer on television. So, Jack and I went back to the drawing board. We came up with the idea of the Private Advisory Coin Team. It's a team of numismatic experts that could build a personal relationship with you, our clients, and deliver you the coins that are too exclusive for television.
To build the coin collection of your dreams and access your personal numismatic concierge service, call our private advisory coin team at 1-800-778-0624. That's 1-800-778-0624.
Right after the accented hair Kennedy was discontinued, they began striking what we refer to as the Type 2 Kennedy. The Type 2 is really highly desirable if you can find one. Now, Proof 69s I get on a fairly frequent basis. But what is really challenging is that Ultra Cameo coin. The coin that has both the obverse and reverse struck off a new die pair where you have a frosted snow white cameo effect obverse and reverse. And for 1964, those are very rare coins, especially in Proof 69 grade. And I have saved these 6 examples, folks. They're absolutely breathtaking. You take a look at one of these and they look like a modern Proof. And I happen to have a modern Proof with me. Here's a 1992 silver, and it's hard to tell the difference. And it's amazing because the 1992 silver was struck with advanced minting technology where the coins were sandblasted to create a cameo effect. They had very advanced technologies to create thousands and thousands of these coins in Ultra Cameo. So all the coins from this later era are struck with Ultra Cameo contrast. For this earlier era, they're very rare in Ultra Cameo condition. If you reference my Cameo and Brilliant Proof book, which you'll get with this purchase, only a few thousand examples were struck with Ultra Cameo contrast obverse and reverse, and few of them grade Proof 69. Here's the difference between a regular Proof 69, here's a Cameo Proof 69, if you take a look at these two, and then here's the Ultra Cameo. During this era, only the very first strikes had this kind of frosted portrait on the obverse and reverse. And here's a chart that shows how rare this coin is. Currently, to date, I've certified 11 examples in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. And I was very fortunate because 5 of those came from an incredible little hoard that I acquired that were just sensational. We've just encapsulated them. That's part of the 6 coin group. That's why I'm able to offer these 6 coins today. The coins are only $4,595. The latest price guide on these is $4,900. That's up from what it was a couple months ago. They're available on the 2-payment option, half down $2,297.50, and you will get the revised 2nd edition of my Cameo and Brilliant Proof coinage book with your coin. When we reference this coin in the book, you will find it on page 88 and 89. Where I estimate the total population in ultra heavy cameo contrast in all grades, folks, is somewhere between 1,750 and 3,500 coins in ultra cameo in all grades. Proof 69, the highest grade, very few. I feel so fortunate to be able to offer this historic, monumental set of 2023 Morgan and Peace dollars, just struck by the United States Mint and at such a great price. Take a look at this set, folks. And they're all first day of issue. Every coin in flawless 70 condition. The highest possible grade a coin can receive. A 70 is the numismatic flawless diamond with perfect color in jewelry. Coins are graded on a 70-point scale. The higher the number, the higher the quality. A 1 is a coin so heavily worn, it's barely recognizable. At the other end of the spectrum is the 70, a coin so flawless, it's perfect, even under magnification, like a flawless diamond. The 6 coins in this set, 2 are mint state, and for the first time, 4 are in proof condition, cameo proof and reverse proof, never before struck in a Morgan or piece dollar. What makes this set of 2023 Morgan and piece dollars so special is that 1, well, they're Morgan and piece dollars, the most widely collected silver dollars on the planet, folks. 2, the eye appeal and beauty of the examples I have in the finest possible condition. Eye appeal is extremely important. These are works of art, numismatic works of art, and you cannot underestimate the importance of beauty in a rare coin. 3, which brings me to their quality. Every coin is an MS-70 if it's mint state, or a proof 70, the highest possible grade any coin can receive. And most importantly, the rarity of these coins. Just how rare? They rank among the lowest mintage Morgan and piece dollars in the history of the series, both the Morgan and piece dollar series, going back to 1878 when the first Morgan dollar was struck. Now, for those who may not know, the Mint resumed the striking of the Morgan and piece dollar in 2021 after a 100-year hiatus, and the response from the public, collectors and non-collectors alike, was overwhelming. You had 5 Morgan dollars and 1 piece dollar. Now, you see, in 2021, the Mint went bold, celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the 1921 Morgan and piece dollars by resuming the minting of a silver dollar, a legal tender silver dollar that had last struck 100 years prior in 1921. I never, in my wildest numismatic fantasies, imagined the United States Mint would think so out of the box. And the response from collectors and non-collectors alike was like nothing we had ever experienced. It was overwhelming. We sold out, and for a very, very good reason, because we knew, and the United States Mint knew from surveys, that these 2021 Morgan and piece dollars had the potential to be the most popular coin they had ever struck. The Treasury knew from their surveys they could easily strike 10 million, 20 million sets and sell out. And traditionally, it was Mint policy to strike as many coins as demand dictated. But the United States Mint gave the collecting community, you and me, the greatest possible gift when they issued the 2021 Morgan and piece dollars. And now, with the 2023 Morgan and piece dollar set you see here, they went against tradition and restricted their mintage, instantly making them among the rarest, lowest mintage Morgan and piece dollars struck in the history of our country. The United States Mint, this time around, had a long-term vision for the benefit of you and me, the collectors. They weren't focused on the immediate profit they could make by striking these coins in the tens of millions. They didn't take the money and run. Their focus was long-term, the long-term benefit to the collectors of these coins. If they were to resume the minting of the most popular silver dollars in our history, they wanted to ensure these 2021 and now 2023 Morgan and piece dollars would be classics within the series, that in the years and decades ahead, they would rank among the most coveted silver dollars ever minted. And so they intentionally restricted the mintage. We originally offered the 2021 6-coin sets for only $2,695, well below the market, well below what other dealers were asking for their sets. And today, 2 years later, you can't find those 2021 sets for under $5,000. So our clients, many of you folks watching who took advantage of the opportunity a couple of years ago when we offered them for only $26.95, have seen your sets basically double in value. Now, there were no sets issued in 2022. The Mint skipped a year, as they prepared these Morgan and Peace dollars to be struck not just in mint state condition, but also in proof condition. And this is the final result. The 2023 6-coin Morgan and Peace collection. The first two coins are mint state 70, as in the 2021 set. Now, prior to the 2021s, no Morgan and Peace dollars struck from 1878 to 1935 had ever been graded in 70, folks. Take a look at these Morgan dollars struck from 1878 to 1921, and the Peace dollar struck from 1921 to 1935. Almost 1 million Morgan dollars graded in MS-65. None graded in MS-70. In fact, MS-69s, there's only 16 examples for the Morgan dollar series. And they struck over 600 million Morgan dollars, folks. The Peace dollars, they struck almost 200 million. Highest grade any Peace dollar had ever received was MS-68. No 69s, no 70s. And here you have the first ever, in 2021 and now in 2023, Morgan and Peace dollars in MS-70, and these coins are first day of issue. But the last 4 coins are all proof strikings. Look at these numismatic works of art at their finest. Now, prior to 2023, a proof Morgan dollar is extremely rare, folks. Take a look at these mintage charts. For the Morgan dollars, again, from 1878 to 1921, they struck over 600 million Morgan dollars for commerce. But in proof, only 23,000 coins, 0.004%. And the Peace dollars were even rarer. They struck fewer than 50 Peace dollars in proof. Take a look at these proof coins. These are as good as it gets when it comes to numismatic art. You take a look at those cameo-proof Morgan dollars and Peace dollars at the very top. These coins are absolutely breathtaking. I mean, every time you pull this out, you have this huge silver dollar that's flawless. Proof 70 ultra cameo condition. Ultra cameo meaning it has heavy frosted cameo devices. To make a coin like this requires a lot of labor. Proof coins are limited production coins intended to represent the state of the art. The finest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. They are struck from highly polished dies. The frosted portrait is laser etched. They are individually handled once struck. In short, the making of a proof coin is the most labor-intensive coin to create. For the Mint to strike this magnificent, huge silver dollar in flawless, stunning cameo-proof condition, this is numismatic art at its pinnacle. These coins were not offered in 2021. For the first time ever, they are offered in the 2023 set. And then you've got the Peace dollar. As if those cameo proofs weren't spectacular enough, folks. These last 2 proof Morgan and Peace dollars, never before attempted in the history of the United States Mint. The 5th and 6th coins in this complete set, a 2023 first day of issue, Morgan and Peace dollar struck in reverse proof. This is amazing. Works of art. So much care, so much craftsmanship and time went into the minting of these coins. And again, every coin a flawless proof 70, the highest possible grade. Every coin a first day of issue. The reverse proof, in this case, the fields are frosted and the portrait has a bright mirrored finish, the opposite of the cameo proof. Never before struck for a Morgan or Peace dollar. Again, the 2021 set we were selling for $26.95 while other dealers were selling them for $5,000 and $6,000. Here's an example. The difference was we were selling the sets not based on what the market will bear, but based on our cost. And we have followed the exact same philosophy this year with the 2023 sets. And while these sets should be going for at least $26.95, if not more, because they contain 4 proof coins, extremely low mintage, our cost is lower, and we're passing it on to you today, folks. It's a limited time offer. We bought these straight from the mint, first day of issue. We have a limited quantity. While we have them, these 6 coin sets are $1,395. If you can get more than one set, please do so. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because what I cannot stress enough, what makes this set really special, and why I have this sense of urgency, this 2023 set, for the first time, includes 2 Morgan dollars and 2 Peace dollars struck in proof condition. This 2023 set has had their mintages restricted by the United States Mint. Again, their focus is long-term at the Mint. Despite the overwhelming response of the 2021 sets, the United States Mint has given us collectors the greatest gift by continuing to limit the mintage. We put this chart together of all the Morgans struck that includes the 2023 in their order of mintage, from highest mintage to lowest mintage. 1921P, highest mintage, over 44 million coins struck. You go down to the bottom of the page, down to the 1896, we're around 10 million coins. We get to the second page. Started at around 10 million. By the bottom of the page, we're down to 5 million. That's page 2. Page 3, we get down to the bottom, 1.3 million. Now we're getting to some really scarce coins. This is the last page, 1894S, 1.2 million. The very bottom, 1893S, only 100,000 coins. And there you see the 2023 mint state, 275,000 coins. The reverse proof, only 250,000 coins, among the lowest mintage coins in the series. Folks, these are instant rarities. The last coin on that page, the 1893S. Folks, because of the extremely low mintages, these coins are rare in any condition. So even coins in the lowest grades, the lowest condition, are extremely valuable. Let's start with the 1893S, the lowest mintage Morgan dollar. Now a gem, in this case this coin is an MS65, sold for $600,000. But then you get an 1893S that's damaged, it's scratched, it's heavily worn, it's still over $8,000, even though it's damaged, because of its tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. And then we get to the Peace dollars. Take a look at this, folks. Never before. From 1921 to 1935, the highest mintage Peace dollar was the 1922, over 51 million struck. The lowest mintage was the 1928 with only 360,000 coins. And now the 2023 mint state and the 2023S reverse proof, only 275,000 of the mint state and 250,000 of the reverse proof. Lower than any Peace dollar struck from 1921 to 1935. You know, the Peace dollars are a classic from the Renaissance era. Designed by Anthony de Francisci, it's one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. You could understandably expect to pay $1,200, $1,300, $1,500 for just one of these coins. Here's an example of a 2021 sold for over $1,300, and it wasn't the first day of issue. And we're selling the 6 coin sets of these 2023s with comparable mintages for about the same price as that one Peace dollar, only $1,395, and they are first day of issue. This is a limited time offer at that price, folks. If the United States Mint had just struck 2 million examples of each of these 2023 Morgan and Peace dollars, they would have had very scarce, low mintage Morgan and Peace dollars, highly prized among the millions of Morgan and Peace dollar collectors. A Morgan dollar with a mintage of only 2 million would place it among the lower mintage dates in the series. Never would I have believed they would strike as few as 1 million even. Only 1 million Morgan dollars? 1 million of each would rank these coins among the lowest dates in each of the series. Instant classics. But the mint went all in. The incredibly low mintages for a series so popular is costing the mint a lot of profit. But the mint's lost profit is your gain. It's your nest egg for your future. 2023 Morgan and Peace dollars of the highest possible quality, first day of issue, and the lowest imaginable total mintages, as low as 250,000 struck. It doesn't get any better, folks, except for the price. The 6-coin 2023 set, of which 2 coins are cameo proofs. And for the first time in mint history, a Morgan dollar and Peace dollar struck in reverse proof. Among the lowest mintage coins in both the Morgan dollar and Peace dollar series. And all first day of issue in the finest possible flawless MS70 and Proof 70 condition. A 6-coin set is only $1,395. That's less than $250 a coin. So we got a great price from the mint. And we're passing it on today to you. As always, the set is based on our cost. This is a limited time offer at this price. Get more than one if you can swing it. It doesn't seem possible, but it is. If you call in now, folks. We sold out in 2021. We will sell out on these 2023s. They're less than $250 a coin. The finest known among the lowest mintage in the history of these two series, struck at 99.9% pure silver. The 2023 6-coin Morgan and Peace dollar collection, both in the finest possible quality, MS70 and Proof 70, first day of issue. Do yourself a favor. Do your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids a favor. During this very limited time offer at this price, while we have classics the United States Mint favored us with, again, they restricted the mintage to our benefit. Let's take advantage of it. As a longtime collector, I can tell you the United States Mint does not typically offer this kind of opportunity. When you have a series as popular as the Morgan and Peace dollars and limit the mintage to only a couple 100,000 total per coin struck, minute mintages for a series this popular, I am so thrilled to be able to offer the entire set for only $1,395.
Thanks for joining us on Rare Collectibles TV.
The following is a paid presentation furnished by Rare Collectibles TV, LLC.
After an unexpected hiatus in 2022, Morgan and Peace silver dollars are finally back in 2023. And you are first in line for Rare Collectible TV's special pre-sale offer. The silver dollar is the ultimate American collector's coin, and the two most popular silver dollar designs are the Morgan silver dollar, designed by George T. Morgan and struck from 1878 to 1921, and the Peace silver dollar, designed by Anthony D. Francisi and minted from 1921 to 1935. In 2021, the U.S. Mint brought back the beloved Morgan and Peace silver dollars after 100 years. And the coins immediately sold out. Even years after the release of the 2021 Morgan and Peace dollars, the demand for these coins has not slowed down at all, with examples often commanding the highest premium since their release. And with a severe silver planchet shortage preventing the production of 2022 Morgan and Peace dollars, the demand for these new 2023 Mint State 70 examples is at an all-time high. With mintages of just 275,000 coins for each, these 2023 Morgan and Peace dollars are considered absolute rarities that rank among the lowest minted coins of their respective numismatic series. A coin is considered to have absolute rarity when its mintage is so low that finding the coin in any condition is a tremendous accomplishment. With millions of collectors looking for these coins, the limited supply cannot catch up to the demand, making examples more difficult to acquire by the day. And our 2023 Morgan and Peace dollar coins are guaranteed to be Mint State 70 by NGC, the highest possible grade for a numismatic rarity. And our coins will also have the distinguished pedigree of first day of issue. Now is your chance to take part in Rare Collectible TV's presale and guarantee yourself access to the 2023 Morgan and Peace silver dollars in perfect Mint State 70 condition. Stay tuned and learn how to reserve your 2023 set right now. Here to tell you more about the 2023 Morgan and Peace silver dollars is coin expert and numismatic author Rick Tamaska.
Rick is a coin collector with an extraordinary passion for numismatics. Rick Tamaska has written 6 books on rare coins. His first book helped to establish the cameo and deep cameo standards used by PCGS today, as well as the ultra cameo standard currently used by NGC. After the success of his first book, dealers began calling him the Cameo King. His second book was the catalyst for establishing the full bell line standard for Mint State Franklin half dollars. He was also awarded a Numismatic Literary Guild Award for his 4th book on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, citing extraordinary merit. Many of Rick's clients own some of the finest proof and Mint State coin collections in the United States. Rick Tamaska is also one of the best coin buyers in the country. This translates into huge savings for his clients.
Here to tell you more about the 2023 Morgan and Peace silver dollars is coin expert and numismatic author Rick Tamaska.
I am so happy, so thrilled to be able to announce we hit it out of the park once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's been about 2 years. When the Mint came out with that 6-coin 2021 Morgan and Peace dollar set, the response overwhelmed us. We had several thousand first day of issue 6-coin sets in MS70, and we quickly sold out. And the reason, of course, a big reason, was the Mint went against tradition. Usually when they get something that's going to be a real hot item, they strike as many coins as they have orders for. And if they had followed that tradition, they would have struck several million of these sets, because they knew from surveys that the demand for this 2021 Centennial Morgan Peace dollar set was going to be through the roof. But they went against tradition, and they struck a limited number of these sets, 175,000.